We all want to feel more, see farther, live longer, burn brighter. But what are the side effects? What are the repercussions when we give corporations direct access to our brains?
From iHeartRadio comes a mind-bending new original sci-fi thriller.
You see, the plan is not just to launch a new product, but to launch a whole new era.
Starring John Boyega.
Mind Apps, a software platform that feeds directly to the human brain.
And Darren Criss.
It's a safe application with one very simple benefit. You never have to sleep again.
During human trials, something happened. His subjects walked away changed, damaged, and several people already dead, including my brother Michael.
Something happened to me in there, dude. It's all of us.
We all have more than one version of ourselves. Sometimes it just takes the right stimulation to bring out the best one.
Something else has taken over.
Who are you? And what do you want?
Something smart and strong. Something that doesn't sleep, has no fear. Something that is filled with pure hatred for the rest of us, for our weaknesses, for our humanity.
Tomorrow's Monsters. From iHeartRadio, Flint Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions. Also starring Marley Shelton, Clark Gregg, and Sa Ngauja. Tomorrow's Monsters. Coming February 9th to the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Here's exposure 1. Ready?
What are the shadow people in Hatman? I've received thousands of reports of these beings from around the globe. I'm Heidi Hollis, and I'm the author who first named and defined both of these beings. I'm also an experiencer and therapist, and now I welcome you to send me your stories on anything from the demonic to the divine for help or insight at HeidiHollis.com. So together, each week, we'll discover how many experiences are connected as we journey on my new podcast, The Darker Side of Life, to help open up your life into the light.
Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flint Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions.
Monday, March 27, 0800 hours. Test subject 003B. Tomorrow, Jessup. We are currently at 218 hours without sleep. Patient reporting agitation and lack of focus several hours sooner than the last dose. How are you feeling?
Tired. Coming down, I think.
Any side effects since last night?
A little ringing in my ear.
Which one? So, the left ear. Anything else? Mood swings? Are you upset?
No.
But you were crying. Why are you
Just emotional. The voices, too.
Voices?
Yeah.
Have you talked to Dr. Berkeley about that?
Shut up. I'm not gonna tell you that.
Excuse me?
No, no, not.
Okay, let me call Dr. Berkeley.
I don't need your shrink.
Sorry?
I'm fine. Really, I'm fine.
Okay. And you haven't been feeling ill?
No.
Physically ill?
Look, can we get on with it and dose me already? We can do the dog and pony show some other time, yeah?
It's important to collect these data points before...
I'm sorry. I just need the fog to go away.
All right. For the record, this is round 13 with dosage of 2 full exposures, 62.5 PRF, 5 seconds each. Eyes forward. Deep breath. Ready?
Yes.
Here's exposure 1.
Keep breathing, Tamara. Tamara? Tamara!
Okay. That was exposure 1. Patient is responsive. Heart rate spiked to 200, but seems to be stabilizing. Okay. Let's go through the questions. What was your first thought?
Red balloons.
What did you smell?
Cut grass.
Any tingling?
My feet are asleep. My face too.
Breathe deep. Let the blood get back to your head.
I don't remember starting that one. I went deep that time.
Ready for exposure 2?
Yes.
Okay. And 3, 2, and...
Dose number 13 administered. Tamara? Shit. Tamara!
Would you like me to go online to determine location?
No, stay offline. Just tell me the last mile marker we passed.
Mile 135.
28 miles west of Eureka, Nevada.
Anything else I can help with?
Yeah, pull over.
Okay, pulling over. For safety, please keep your seatbelt on until I come to a complete stop.
It's January 7th, 6:25 a.m. Everywhere I look, I see monsters and ghosts. Headlights in the rear view. Feels like everyone is out to get me. I haven't seen any drones in a while, though. At least there's that. One of the benefits of taking back roads. Less chances for me to get tagged by facial recognition or motion ID. I'm using old, analog paper maps. My father taught me to use them instead of virtual maps when you need to stay off the radar, which is exactly what I have to do. I'm also avoiding all major interstates and cities, which makes me harder to track. But it will take longer. It's the best chance I have to make it across country to Arlington, Virginia, without getting caught. At least it's scenic. Sun is coming up now and sagebrush for days. This drive, it's the first chance I've had to think, to put all the pieces together in my head. I wasn't sure where to begin, but now I know. Let me play you something.
This is Dr. Cassandra Berkeley. It's Sunday, June 16th, session 3, subject Max Fuller. Okay, let's revisit the lake. The frozen lake.
I don't see why we need to dwell on that.
Close your eyes.
Okay.
Good. A deep breath. Good. Now, you are there. Tell me what you see. Not what you remember, but what you see.
A boy.
Where is the boy?
He's lying flat, on a thin sheet of ice cracking beneath him. Spreading his arms and legs out as wide as possible. He's taking slow, shallow breaths. He's trying to distribute the weight evenly so he doesn't fall through the ice.
This
He's struggling
is Max.
to remain lifeless.
Max Fuller.
any small motion.
This is an excerpt from his psychiatric session.
Of his weight could
I've been listening to it,
plunge him into the icy darkness.
looking for new clues.
He's praying for someone to see him out there. To see him before it gets dark.
And what does he want? Most of all.
He wants his father.
Now it's true. This actually happened to Max Fuller when he was a child. I know because he told me one night. High as a kite on his own product. This is a blueprint for madness. This is how monsters get made. My name is Jack Locke. I'm not a journalist, so the telling of this may be a little disjointed. I'm not a neuroscientist or a bioengineer, though I almost was once. And so I can offer some perspective in that regard. So who am I? Other than a thief, an addict, a con man, a conspirator. And I'm nothing, man. A nobody. Now, despite this, I'm asking you to believe exactly what I'm going to tell you. You may know Max Fuller, but you probably have no idea what kind of man he really is. But you need to know. It is vitally important that you know that the world knows who Max Fuller really is, and that he may be responsible for the single greatest spike in human evolution since the dawn of mankind. It hasn't happened yet, but it's about to. You see, Max Fuller's work is going to change the world. And we need to stop him at all costs. All right, but I'm getting ahead of myself, I know. I need to catch you up, because I don't have much time left. And several people are already dead.
We have some breaking news in southwest Oakland right now. A death investigation.
A woman's body was found this morning in an apparent suicide. Officers have
not confirmed as of yet to be a homicide investigation.
We're trying to determine how this man fell some 13 stories to his death. As soon as we have more information, we'll bring it to you.
Some of them died of apparent suicides, or within 3 months of completing the first clinical trial of Max Fuller's human enhancement products. Of course, this is a connection the cops never made, or maybe were not allowed to. Coincidentally, around that time, Max Fuller's startup, NextCorp, was ordered to temporarily suspend testing by the Human Enhancement Administration for violating safety protocols. It was, legally at least, a minor infraction.
Disappointed that the HEA has chosen to penalize NextCorp, but in good faith, we will openly welcome the investigation and will further continue to comply with HEA, DEA, and FDA guidelines as we develop our product pipeline. We welcome the
product pipeline that Max Fuller is referring to is his entire menu of mind apps. The sort of software platform that feeds directly to the human brain, reprogramming our neural code and allowing us to author ourselves and enhance our existence in ways that were previously unimaginable. Creating what Max Fuller calls his Human 2.0. But, no one's ever thinking, what are the side effects? Not just for the individual, what are the repercussions for civilization when we give corporations direct access to our fucking brains? At what point are we no longer just consumers? At what point do we become their product? You know one thing? Even though they never stopped testing these mind apps, it's not too late. It's not too late to stop what Max Fuller started. But of course, I need to get to him first. And I'm almost out of time. Jenna?
Hello, Jack.
Let's go.
Please buckle your seatbelt.
Do you love a good story? Fantastic! Because each episode of Storytime features some of your favorite creators from YouTube, TikTok, Reddit, and beyond sharing their most hilarious, horrifying, and cringe-inducing stories. Maybe you're looking to feel better about yourself by listening to someone else's mortifying experience. We got you covered.
I was like, oh, right. That would be a really bad way to tell somebody that their brother died.
Perhaps you swiped right on a story about a terrible Tinder date. Well, guess what? You've got a match.
Now, peeking in, I realize that she is talking to the doll heads.
Or maybe you're looking for stories so spooky you'll need an extra pair of chonies.
Suddenly, splashing in the pool stopped. My heart dropped and I could hear each of my panicked heartbeats.
Listen to Storytime every Wednesday on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Max Fuller, everybody.
Imagine getting a third more out of life. 33% more time. Our greatest resource, greater than energy, food, air, anything really, is simply time. Time to do the things you really care about. And I'm not talking about living longer. No, I'm talking about living better. Fuller. Imagine a world that never sleeps. Literally. Thomas Edison did. And so did my father. And we've been up to something very special at NextCorp. A secret project called Shut Eye. Secret until now. It's a safe application with one very simple benefit. You never have to sleep again.
Max Fuller has been developing these technologies for over a decade. Now, it should be pointed out that these sorts of efforts have been going on for the vast bulk of human history. Indigenous cultures have been using plants to alter consciousness for centuries. And humans have been drinking caffeine for as long as we've been able to heat water. Now, you jump to a few decades ago, the entire conscious world was living on Adderall, or steroids, modafinil, nootropics, and an endless HEA list of other barely legal designer drugs. Then with advancements of nootropic stacks and AI chip implants, we were able to treat disorders better than ever and boost our abilities in incredible ways. Cochlear implants drastically improved our hearing. Corneal implants that allowed us to see in the dark. And then came the brain-computer interface. And nanotechnology gave us thoughtware. We started to become cyborgs, a superhuman. We could think faster and run farther than humans ever had. But none of the drugs of the past compared to Max Fuller's concoctions. And by the time Max made that keynote speech, NextCorp had already been courted by Adria, as well as the governments of China and India. Only at this point, none of his clients, none of his investors had any idea how far along in the process NextCorp was, except his own team and, well, me.
Dr. Fuller. You must be Jack, and it's Mr., not Doctor. My father was Dr. Fuller.
This is from the first time I met him.
Please grab a seat, Jack.
I was interviewing for a position at his company, NextCorp.
And she's not one to ever be impressed.
Oh, good. I worked hard on it.
Yes, so you're from London originally. When did you make the jump over to the Bay?
We moved to Irvine first, and my mum was with Iridian then. A position opened up in sunny California, and a week later we were on a plane. And that's how the journey began.
Masters in Computational Neuroscience from UCSF, background in signal processing and thoughtware. And you were with Stabenow Klein.
Yes, 3 years.
Ooh, which product lines were you on?
So for the first year, I worked on the NeuroSeal headset.
That was a big one.
Yeah, and it was their best performing product.
So I've read.
And I was on the research team for the Nautilus X, which, that was crazy, but though I left before it went to market.
What made you leave?
Honestly, everything was moving too slow.
Well, yeah, that's the entire business, isn't it? You have 1,000 hoops to jump through before you even move to animal testing, and then more before you even get to your first human trial.
I don't mean that. I mean, I don't think anyone that I was working with was forward-thinking. You know.
No?
I mean, it was all about the bottom line. I mean, I get it. They have a mandate to their shareholders to make money, but I also believe corporations have a responsibility to their community.
Go on.
Well, look, they aren't really trying to help people. I mean, they're not in the business of helping quadriplegics operate wheelchairs with their brains. I mean, come on. See, that's what my thesis was based on. I wrote this whole theory.
I know.
Wait, what?
Your thesis, I read it, so I know what you're talking about.
Yes, well,
Look, I lied about your resume because I didn't want you to be nervous. I mean, you're qualified, sure, but frankly, I have interns here with more impressive resumes.
Oh.
So I wanted to hear you out. Can you build on it a bit for me?
Build on it?
Your thesis.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely, sure. So the first processing shift away from CPUs was neural networks, right? So, and even though the code and computers try new ways to mirror human cognitive function, the goal never changed. See, we still wanted to turn machines into humans instead of having humans become more like machines.
I'm going to stop you right there. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm not looking for a history lesson. I'm looking for new ideas.
Me too, and frankly, that's why I want to work here. With you, Mr. Fuller.
And I do appreciate that, Jack. I really do. Thank you. But unfortunately, that's not enough. I like where your head is at. Thinking outside of the box, but from what I can tell, you've been dragging this thesis around with you for a few years now. And it might make for an impressive conversation at a dinner party, but I need people with new ideas. People motivated by something greater than you.
My mother.
I'm sorry?
It's... shit.
Hang on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fuller. I should have been up front. The reason I have to be here at NextCorp is my mother. She's dying. And her mind is going, they can't figure out. And I don't expect you to be able to do anything, okay? But I thought, I'm just so dumb. I just thought that maybe...
Maybe what?
I don't even know now. I don't know what I was even looking for or why the hell you would give half a shit. But you, sir, you are light years ahead of others, Mr. Fuller.
Okay.
And I do have ideas. I do, for days. And I am motivated, but I understand your hesitation and thank you for your time. And it means a lot.
Wait. Shut the door.
This was all bullshit, of course. My mother is alive and well and living in a 3-bedroom split-level ranch in Arizona. I did feel guilty about using her, I did, but how the hell else do you get into a place like this? The science behind what Max is doing is so complex as to be mind-bending. My background only took me so far. And like Max said, I was qualified, but so what? And honestly, there was no amount of preparation I could have done here. So I did what I had to do. I took a different track. I'm nothing if not resourceful. I did enough research to assume Max had a soft spot, a vulnerability. Yeah, if you don't know Max, you've probably at least heard of his father, Dr. Walter Fuller. His groundbreaking research into the link between Alzheimer's disease and sleep deprivation earned him worldwide fame and a Nobel Prize in medicine. A powerful man. Big shoes to fill.
Within our plan is a step-by-step process with which we hope to tackle the effects of the disease and dramatically improve the quality of life of its sufferers. And eventually, with grit and determination, turn the tide on this illness and win the war against Alzheimer's once and for all.
He wasn't blowing smoke. You may know the names of some of the life-saving treatments that resulted from Walter Fuller's research. Hell, you probably know one of the 5 million people affected each year by the disease. And he won the prize when he changed the delivery system.
Dr. Walter Fuller is the recipient of this year's Nobel Prize for Outstanding Discovery in the field of life sciences, physiology, and medicine. The annual award was presented today to Dr. Fuller for uncovering the link between dementia and sleep deprivation and the development of ThoughtWare, which uses nanotechnology to regulate hormone levels in the human brain.
The nanites, as we call them, act as a bridge between regions of our brain and help regulate serotonin, melatonin, and dopamine levels. So the technology really has implications for treating a variety of diseases, including depression, Parkinson's, dementia, Alzheimer's.
What you may not know about Walter is the tragic and ironic turn his life took.
And welcome to World News Tonight. I'm Jane Coleman. We begin tonight with devastating news from the medical community. Neuroscientist and Nobel laureate Walter Fuller has passed away, sadly, after a long battle with the very disease he worked so hard to eradicate.
The guy died of Alzheimer's. Walter Fuller, for all of his brilliance and determination, for all the lives he saved with his innovations. Walter Fuller's personal life was a disaster. A story of loss, of lifelong despair, of taking all of his pain and channeling it into his research. He was survived by his only living relative, his son, Max Fuller.
Want some ice?
No ice.
It's strong stuff here.
I can take it.
That British blood, I guess.
I captured this weeks after getting my foot in the door at NextCorp. I had earned Max Fuller's trust, and I had every office mic'd.
Mum took me out to Arizona. Dad was long gone by then.
At the time, I wasn't sure why he confided in me, but I can see now that he was desperate. He needed an ally.
Do you have any siblings?
And a friend.
No. You?
It was a vulnerability I was happy to exploit.
Just the one.
Oh, what does he do?
He's dead.
I'm sorry, Dad didn't mean to.
No. It's okay. It was a long time ago. Long time ago.
Were you close?
I mean, identical twins, so yeah. But it was complicated. It's always complicated, though.
What was he like? If that's not too forward.
It's okay. Benjamin. He was a kind of bully. Ben detested fear. If you were afraid of something, he'd get in your head, pick on you, work on you until you gave in. Especially when it came to a game of chicken.
What?
The day my brother died. It was winter and it was way too late to go out. Dad said no to walking out on the ice, and Ben had to prove him wrong.
It's easy. Dad said not to.
And so we went out. 3 steps at a time.
Take 3 steps.
He takes 3.
Then you take 3 steps.
I take 3.
Just like that.
Just like that. At one
Go
point,
home. It's cold. Take another step.
I saw that we were too far from the shore.
Come on, Ben.
If we fell through, we wouldn't be able to touch the bottom. And I remember looking at that shoreline.
Let's go back.
Snow melting on the bank, air freezing in my
I'm
lungs.
going home. Fine. Run home to Dad.
And there was a sound. Like a small explosion. I thought maybe a tree branch had cracked off. And that was just my mind protecting me from what really happened. When I turned back around, Ben was gone. 1 second he's on the ice, and then there's just a dark hole and a crack running underneath my feet. Cheers, anyway.
I really did assume Max was just softening on me,
Let me top you up.
letting down his guard. But in retrospect, I can't help but wonder if he was tipping me off to something. Bright and driven, strong-willed and stubborn. But there was still a quiet and timid boy inside. There was still this broken kid who had survived the ice that day. Maybe in a way he was paying homage to his brother, drowned so long ago in the frigid Midwestern lake. Or, maybe he was trying to prove himself, proving his own significance. Yeah, first to his father, who apparently never got over the loss and maybe blamed his surviving son for what had happened out on the frozen lake that day. And then second, to himself. Either way, it drove Max to be the man he is today, a fast-talking genius, a visionary, for sure.
Wait. Shut the door.
Again, this is from my initial job interview with Max, right after I lied to him about my mother suffering from the same disease that killed his father, so he would hire me.
Just wait, sit. How long?
How long has she been sick?
How long does she have left?
Months, probably. She's been far gone for a while.
Just so we're clear, you know I can't save her, right?
I know.
I mean, whatever she's sick with, if the doctors don't know, then I don't know either.
I know.
And I'm sorry about that, I really am.
Thank you.
I know how it feels. I know how it feels to see something that was once so vital just drain away. When my father got sick, it was like watching his entire essence just dissipate.
Mom is the same. She used to have this laugh. It was just so funny. Look, I know you can't help her. That's not why I'm here.
Why are you here?
Because I don't want this to happen to anyone else.
Well, we don't need another intern, but with your skill set, there is a lot you can do. We've got a massive meeting coming up for potential clients and investors.
Okay.
And I'm going to be busy on the product, but I'm also the face of this company. It's very hard being two people at once.
I'd imagine.
So maybe you can shadow me, be like my body man, help me bridge the gaps between departments.
Gopher?
Well, more like a hawk, I'd say. I need someone with a 30,000-foot view from all sides. I mean, you're a structural man, good with systems. You can help with everything from logistics and cost analysis to helping me with my personal schedule.
I can do that.
And you're not above making coffee?
I make a very banging coffee.
Okay. I'm taking a chance here.
Oh, I know, and I understand that. I won't fuck this up, I swear. Now, this means a lot, Mr. Fuller.
You can call me Max.
Yeah, Max then.
Well, I guess we better send you back down to fill out some paperwork, huh?
Okay, sounds great.
Oh, and hey, Jack.
Yeah.
We're dealing with some sensitive shit here, and I have to be able to trust the people around me. The truth is that I'm gonna need another set of eyes around here. Sometimes I'm so blinded by the work I get a little lost. Could really use a designated driver, so to speak. So we need to trust each other with the truth, even if it's a little uncomfortable. Agreed?
Agreed. Max has a side to him, a certain softness to him, a kindness. When I brought up my mother's illness, his eyes watered. He took it so hard, even I almost believed my story. But again, my mother is alive and healthy, and whereas the reason I gave for pursuing this job weren't technically on the level, there was a touch of truth. Now, Max is reckless. During human trials, under his watchful eyes, something happened. His subjects walked away changed, damaged. 3 of his subjects committed suicide. At least that was the official cause of death. One of them was my brother, Michael. And so I'm heading to find Max. Jenna, tell me the last mile marker we passed.
Mile marker 189.
Speed up, please. Max Fuller created a series of miracles in these labs, but these mind apps come with a steep price. And from what I've seen, that steep price will demand to be paid again and again with anyone who uses them. Max Fuller must be stopped. And I'm the man who will stop him.
Tomorrow's Monsters, starring John Boyega as Jack Locke. Darren Criss as Max Fuller, Marley Shelton as Cass Berkeley, Clark Gregg as Walter Fuller, Sa Ngauja as David Truesdale, Nicholas Dukowski as Finn Connolly, Claire Bronson as Dr. Abby Reynolds, David Chen as Michael Corbin, Suhaila Elatar as Jenna, Victor Rivera as Eddie Bender, Robert Pralgo as Agent Beatty, Steve Coulter as Senator Berkeley, Rhoda Griffiths as Rainey Webb, with additional performances by Helen Abel, Jason Williams, Michael Anthony, Robin Bloodworth, and Teresa Davis. Our first assistant director is Michael Monty. Our second assistant director is Sarah Klein. Sound and music by Ben Lovett. Additional sound design and editing by Benjamin Balcom, Justin Roboski, and Mike Regan. Casting by Jessica Fox Thigpen. Our executive producers are Scott Sheldon, Shelby Thomas, Alexander Williams, and Matthew Frederick. Written by Dan Bush and Nicholas Dukowski. Created by Dan Bush and Connell Byrne. Directed by Dan Bush. Produced by Beau Flynn, Dan Bush, and John Boyega. Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
What happens when we die? What waits for us on the other side? Those are things we've wondered since the beginning of time. I'm Sandra Champlain, and each week on my new podcast, Shades of the Afterlife, I'll make it easier to understand what we can expect when we are finally called to leave this planet. Join me every Friday for a new episode of Shades of the Afterlife, available on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you find your favorite shows.
Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions.
It will take around 2.9 seconds for an object, say a man of 5 feet 11 inches, weighing 162 pounds, to fall from a 13th-story window of a building to the street below. Not that a human's mass has any bearing on the kinematic equation. The speed of impact would be roughly 27 meters per second, or 97 kilometers per hour. Upon impact, a number of things happen to the body at once. The skull may shatter. The aorta may disconnect from the rest of the heart, pumping blood into the body cavity, depriving the brain of fresh oxygen.
What are you doing here?
The sudden impact could cause the blood vessels, even cells themselves, to rupture. Up to 1.5 gallons of blood can leave the body. A human water balloon, flowing from beneath the surface into the light. Some may take solace in the idea that you may black out from the terror before landing, or have a heart attack from the stress. But as they say, it's not the fall that kills you. It's the landing. This scene has been playing in my head over and over. A fever dream, constantly on repeat. The seconds leading up to my brother's death. Because this is how I imagine it. My brother being attacked and thrown to his death from 13 stories. I say attacked because that is the only scenario that makes sense, because I knew my brother. And my brother would never go out of a 13-story window voluntarily. Never. And yet, suicide is the official cause of death on Michael's death certificate. But it's like my father always told me, never trust the official line. The world needs to know what really happened and who is really responsible. January 7th, 2 p.m. Jenna, mile marker.
You most recently passed mile marker 77.
A little over 2 days to Arlington at this rate. That is if I don't make too many stops.
Can I help you with anything else, Jack?
Yeah, actually, that truck behind us. How long has it been there?
The Model 4 XT cargo truck has remained 0.3 miles behind us for 2 hours.
For fuck's sake. Is that model manned?
No, Jack. It is a fully automated commercial cargo vehicle. Would you like me to go online for more information?
No. That's Jenna, by the way. Jenna, can you introduce yourself?
I'm Jenna.
And what are you, Jenna?
I'm your connected virtual assistant.
Well, not connected.
Correct. I am currently not connected. Would you like me to connect?
No, Jenna, stop asking. I will tell you if I want to connect.
You got it, Jack.
Jenna is my only companion on this voyage. Isn't that right, Jenna?
Apparently.
Before this trip, she was just my CVA. But now I think I'm getting attached. Jenna, can you dial up the sarcasm another 20%? I don't want to fall in love or anything.
Whatever you say, Jack.
Better. Now here's what we know. 3 people died of apparent suicides after participating in NextCorp's human trials of their soon-to-launch product, Shut-Eye, a mind app that eliminates the need to sleep. And one of them was my brother, Michael.
Okay, it's September 23rd. I'm late, not good.
It was my first day at NextCorp. My first day of my new job as Max Fuller's personal assistant.
Can I help you?
Hi, I'm Jack Locke. I'm here to see Mr. Fuller.
Hi, Jack.
Mr. Fuller.
You're early.
Early?
No,
Wait,
it's
I thought I
fine. Gives me an opportunity to introduce you to
I was confused. The problem was sleep, as in I hadn't had any. I knew it was a risk not sleeping because it was my first day at NextCorp and I needed to be sharp, make an impression. But I took the risk of staying up all night because sleep deprivation was tolerable. The alternative was not. The alternative was night terrors, which actually makes perfect sense. I had been grieving and I was having these fever dreams. And these nightmares were getting worse. They were evolving, becoming more lucid. I would wake up to the sound of tapping on my bedroom window. And this metallic smell, like rust and decaying leaves. And in the nightmare, I see him. My dead brother was standing outside of my bedroom window, tapping on the glass. His face stretched in anguish, deformed and flattened and still caked with the blood from the fall that killed him. His dislocated jaw prevented him from saying whatever it was he'd come to say. It was like my brother's spirit was just holding on, just clinging desperately to its last physical contact. Me. I've had this nightmare 100 times, but the last time there was something new. He wrote a message on the glass. Letters spelled out in his own body fluid and blood. 2 words. Lock it. Such were my nightmares. So I chose not to have them. At least not before my first day at NextCorp with Max Fuller.
Mr. Fuller, I just wanted to say how much this means to me. I mean,
No,
this
I get it. Hey,
opportunity-
no need for the continued gratitude thing. Look, I'm happy to have you here, Jack, and we've got some work to do. So just up here on the right.
On my first day, Max introduced me to the top minds of NextCorp, which coincidentally also happened to be some of the top minds in the human enhancement industry. They operated out of a reclaimed warehouse in the Dogpatch district of San Francisco. The innovations that spring from this neighborhood are responsible for a considerable portion of California's GDP, which is now the 4th largest on the planet. Now everything here is reclaimed wood, shiplap, and rustic colors. It's a form of curated authenticity built on the graveyard of the past and decorated with its bones. It has a strange, chilly sort of feel. So natural.
Everyone, this is Jack Locke. He'll be working with us.
I'm sorry, what? I don't understand.
This is Jack, who will be working with us.
Yeah, I got that. But isn't this...
We'll talk about it later.
Jesus, I'll go first. Hey, Jack, I'm Finn Connolly.
Yes, hey, I've heard of you. You're the Steve Wozniak of human enhancement.
Okay, yeah, sure.
And this is Cassandra Berkeley. She's a partner and our staff psychiatrist.
Busiest woman in the building.
Well, nice to meet you.
Max, can we speak in the hallway?
We can do that later, Cass.
Max.
Fine. Gentlemen, be sweet.
Don't worry, she's always like that. Well, not always.
Was it me?
Well, this morning it was. I mean, just 10 minutes ago we were making bets on how quickly you'd be ejected from the building, and yet, here you stand.
Oh, wow, so I'm not very popular around here.
Well, to be completely honest with you, there were dozens of applicants who are better suited for this than you. No offense.
Maybe on paper, sure.
Anyway, you're here now. For whatever reason, Max has taken a shine to you, and this silent young man, who apparently has no opinion on you whatsoever, is Eddie Binder, who's our team physician.
Nice to meet you. It'll be good not to be the new kid.
How long have you been there?
A little over a month.
Eddie here is going to oversee our next round of human trials.
Next round? Didn't realize you did human testing before.
Yeah, well, it wasn't entirely successful. You don't hear about the unsuccessful ones, do you?
Yes, of course, that makes sense.
Yeah. Has Max told you what you'll be doing around here? Because we are all curious.
I'm not sure. I think he wants me to help organize his thoughts, you know.
Huh. That sounds ambiguous. Good luck with that. Oh, pro tip. You should get on Cass's good side because you don't want to be on her bad side.
Hey, Finn, I need you on something. Eddie, could you show Jack around? Catch him up on some of the new?
I can.
Jack, I'll catch up with you in a little bit, okay?
Godspeed.
How about we start with the lab? Really incredible stuff.
It became immediately clear to me that Eddie didn't get it. He knew little about what went on before and even less about what was happening now. I couldn't piece together why such a mediocre man would find himself in the midst of all these geniuses. What Eddie failed to comprehend or capture is that NextCorp is ground zero in the next wave of human innovation. That he and now I too were inside these halls, witnesses to that elusive moment that has powered American progress for the past 270 years. And this time the stakes were higher than ever. This time the mad scientists were engineering us. Rerouting our neural pathways, reprogramming our brains to enable us to alter ourselves and enhance our human condition in ways that were previously unimaginable. Wind up so far enough along to have a phase 2 human trial.
I know. They seem like fairy tales, right? Way further off. I was shocked to find out how far along they were, too.
How many people were in the initial trials?
Phase 1? It was tiny, 30.
Oh, that is tiny.
Yeah. It's no way to do large science, but for the company's purposes, I guess it was fine. I mean, they already knew the drug worked.
So, why did they shut down the trials then?
I don't know. I'm new here too, remember? You'll have to ask Max or Cass or Finn, or my predecessor, Dr. Reynolds, though I'm not sure she'll be, willing to talk to you.
Why not?
Her name is sort of verboten, if you get me.
Yeah, why?
Okay. Nobody tells me anything I don't need to know.
Yeah, look, I'm just messing with you. It's probably easier that way, man.
Exactly. This guy gets it.
Right. It's all good.
Here is the break room. Best snacks in the building.
Dr. Abby Reynolds. Abby was NextCorp's clinical physician, tasked to monitor and track the health data of the trial subjects. I had her cell number, but nothing else. Abby Reynolds did not want to talk about NextCorp, and she kept blocking my number. It took 3 days and 4 burner phones to get to this point, right here.
I swear to God, if you keep calling
I'm not from
back...
HEA, Dr. Reynolds. I'm not from NextCorp or from a competitor. I'm not a reporter, and I'm definitely not a Max Fuller fanboy. I'm gonna find out what happened, and
I'm sorry. I can't...
my brother, while he was there at NextCorp, my brother.
Who was your...
Michael Corbin. Doctor, now you tried to protect him, didn't you? The others too. And if it weren't for you, the others would be... Well, they wouldn't have survived either. Now let me be clear, Dr. Reynolds, you are a hero. And now you can save the new ones too.
The new ones?
Look, I need your help.
I can't. I can't help you, not the way you want help.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can...
Truesdale.
I'm sorry?
Truesdale. You'll have to talk to David Truesdale.
Truesdale.
He was in the trials. He's a vet. He was in the group in Tehran in the PK Eagle trials.
Wait, what? Like the super soldier program? Jesus Christ! How do
Don't
you?
believe everything you read. They were pumping those boys up on cocktails of methamphetamines and nootropics. Nothing that advanced, just very expensive ones. Hold on. Write this down. And Jack?
Yeah.
I'm blocking you again.
But I might need more information.
After this, we never speak again. Do you have a pen or not?
Yeah. Shoot. The program Abby named PK Eagle is one of those conspiracy theories you occasionally hear about. The US government's attempts to make Captain America. Well, apparently this particular rumor had truth to it. Abby gave me an address down in Bayview, Providence Shelter. It was located in a narrow back alley, abandoned cardboard and tattered blankets. Vets, nomadic gutter punks, homeless families trickling down from the encampments. You know, in a city so rich, the sight of hopeless people is stark. And I found Truesdale on a cot, wrapped in a tattered Marine combat jacket. He was not a friendly presence. I couldn't take the risk of being traced back to NextCorp. So, I had to disguise my identity. Excuse me, Mr. Truesdale?
Who are you?
Can I sit?
That depends. Who are you?
I'm Jim Crane.
You a cop?
No. I'm here to ask you a few questions.
Like a cop?
No. Listen, I'm here about NextCorp.
Huh. Okay.
I just want to talk to you about the drug trial there. How would you describe your experience?
Is this a survey?
Oh, no. I'm just
Take
trying...
your question somewhere else.
Did you know Michael Corbin?
Corbin?
You know the name?
Mikey?
Yeah, Michael Corbin. Okay, progress, Mr. Truesdale. You may be entitled to a considerable sum of money.
What?
You do know what happened to Mr. Corbin?
I don't. Skinny kid, real tall?
All right, yeah, sure, that's accurate.
Always making jokes.
I wouldn't know. All I know is that you are listed as one of the potential plaintiffs.
Plaintiffs?
Took me some time to locate you, Mr. Truesdale, but if you were in NextCorp trials, the same clinical trial with Mr. Corbin, you stand to recoup a large sum of money if we find that NextCorp is implicated in any way for what went wrong. Class action suit of this kind could be settled or awarded a generous judgment.
Yeah? What happened to him?
Well, Mr. Truesdale, he jumped off a building.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I thought I dreamed that.
You knew?
Nah. I just must have heard it is all.
You two must have really bonded there during the NextCorp trials.
It was something else.
May I ask, what was it like? Can you tell me about your experience? Were you treated well?
Well, I'd say my experience was pretty good. I mean, all things considered. They were nice. Didn't talk down to me like most of the VA hacks. Like, yeah, I get it. My eggs is scrambled. But like you assholes bear some responsibility, right?
You had PTSD when you came back from
Iran, yeah. Was on the ground in Tehran, a real shit show. I mean, you'd have to be about to come back from that easy. And then the way they dump you back in the world, like everything's gonna be fine. Like, hey, pat on the back in a parade, and then you do back at a 9 to 5. And man, they had us on those stems over there. Like the ones that give you laser focus, and I swear to God, make you hear like a wolf.
Yeah, I read about the program. They shut it down, right?
When we all came back junkies.
But NextCorp? How did they treat you?
They treated me like a human being. Gave me money and a place to stay for a little.
And what was the trial like?
What, the drugs?
Yeah.
Shit. Different. The stems they had us on over there, it felt like all my energy got shifted hard into my extremities. Like 1 minute you're this full body with a spine and a chest and an asshole. And then you bite down on the capsule and all of a sudden you're nothing but eyes and ears and feet and a finger on a trigger. But it's not clean. Like you're still aware that your muscles are taut and your jaw is clenched. You know one of the biggest things that they had to do for us medically in that program? Fucking dental, man. I clenched my jaw so hard I broke 2 molars.
How'd you get pulled into NextCorp?
I saw the ad looking for steady work. And when I called, they jumped at the chance to work with someone who did the shit I did. Like they could finally have someone to tell the difference between their product and that stringy shit Uncle Sam was pumping into us.
And the drugs were better?
Next level. When they put me on the NextCorp, it was fantastic. Like I was me again. But better me.
Like more alert?
No, not just that. Not just alert. I was grounded. All the doubt, all the bad thoughts, the agitation, the paranoia, the self-hatred, it all fucking evaporated, man. You take shut-eye, you feel like a god, like you're watching the game from above, and you can see across time, like everyone else is moving in slow motion. I had all the energy that the old drugs gave me, all the focus, but I was relaxed, like I was floating. Like when I was a little kid, it was perfect. Like I could do anything.
But then what?
There's no magic pill, my dude. Somewhere along the line, rent comes due.
What do you mean?
I don't know why I thought there'd be some sort of miracle drug without side effects. There's always a crash at the end of it, man. It's the law of pleasure. Like gravity. What goes up must come down. You gotta pay the price.
Are you all right?
Sometimes, just even talking about it, I get the twitches.
Have you had any more contact with NextCorp? Have you spoken to Max Fuller since?
Nah. Just Benjamin.
Who's Benjamin? Mr. Truesdale. Mr. Truesdale?
Don't touch me! Don't fucking touch me! I'm leaving.
Fucking question.
It's fine. I'm gone.
Hey, I'm Gabrielle Collins, period drama nerd, and your behind-the-scenes guide to Bridgerton. On Bridgerton, the official podcast, we're learning how this fantasy world dipped in history came to life.
Daphne, her costume design really is about the elegance of simplicity.
And we got 2 scenic artists in who painted the backings for us by hand.
These dukes are all like in their late 20s, early 30s. Almost all of them are unmarried, really good looking, and none of them have syphilis.
Can you imagine when he looks into your eyes and then he dips you?
We just heard this sort of ripping sound. Yep, I think there's just been a wardrobe malfunction.
Listen to Bridgerton, the official podcast, on Thursdays starting February 18th on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or anywhere you get your favorite shows.
Mr. Truesdale. Mr. Truesdale?
Don't touch me! Don't fucking touch me! I'm leaving. Fucking question. It's fine. I'm gone.
David Truesdale. If only I knew then what I know now. I left the shelter and headed back to work. I was in with NextCorp, but so far none of the files that I had access to said very much about the human trials, and the test subject I had come across was not exactly stable. So I'd have to keep playing until I found a way into the inner sanctum. And the daily life of a startup assistant is hectic and tedious at the same time. Up at 5, in the office by 7 to gather and sort Max's correspondence of the day and bring it to him in the order of importance. Sometimes I'm drilled about my decisions. With Max, it's like having to defend a dissertation.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you have 3 messages from Dina Hall from Wired X.
Pass.
I know, but I need to connect you
No,
guys.
I don't think you do. You don't. You keep reminding me about Dina Hall, which means you seem to think that press is now what we should be focused on.
Yeah, but CES is going to be here before we know it. If we want to...
Pass!
I told her.
You can tell her louder.
Okay. 10:30 meeting with all the heads of departments to go over new developments, business strategy, etc. I write up a daily report for Max, who normally doesn't attend, and give it to him to read in the afternoon.
You know, you don't have to tell me everything marketing says.
Okay.
There's a reason I don't attend those myself.
Right.
I need you to be my filter.
Yeah. Max gives me the answers to every question asked at the morning meetings, which I usually type up at my desk while shoveling lunch down my throat. More correspondence, more to filter. At 6:30, I talk Max through his meetings and calls for the next day. After 3 weeks of what was standard mind-numbing intern-level work,
Is that it for the day?
I began to question what the hell I was going to be able to accomplish with this gambit.
Don't forget, you've got a breakfast meeting with the ARC group to go over last quarters, and...
That's when I got the video.
Do you need to take that?
No, just an old buddy. Sorry, 8:30 at the Fowler Hotel, all right?
Got it, thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna head out.
Get some rest.
I got a text message from a blocked number. Just a link to a video called Algernon. The scene cuts into a laboratory.
The subjects began acting erratic at roughly 215 hours without sleep. At first it was 1 or 2.
Familiar voice. Dr. Abby Reynolds.
One by one, they all began exhibiting similar behaviors, pacing, digging at the bottoms of their cages until their claws began bleeding. Cortisol levels spiked off the charts, and one by one, in rapid succession, they began attacking each other. Themselves, they are eating each other. I am terminating this round of testing. I will be euthanizing the subjects. This is, I've never seen anything like this.
If this was the result of the animal testing, rats devouring themselves, chewing each other's faces off, then how the hell did NextCorp get permission to have human trials? And these data points had to have been omitted in the application. A third-party review of the test had to have been not just sugar-coated, they had to have baked a brand new 7-layer cake. Had to. And if we assume that it was Dr. Abby Reynolds who sent the video, that would make her complicit. It would also make her a massive liability for them. So how much did they pay her to shut her up? Hero miles. When I got home that night after meeting David Truesdale, I popped 3 milligrams of Xanax, washed it down with 3 fingers of bourbon. The Xanax was my brother Michael's. Anxiety disorder is a family trait. I found the unfilled prescription in the things he'd left behind. So I took it. I only used it occasionally, strategically. Like when a DEFCON 4 migraine was kicking in after 30 hours without sleep. Sometimes it worked to ward off the darkness. My night terrors. I just needed to turn my brain off and check out. I remember my head hitting the pillow. I remember the ice melting in the bottom of the bourbon glass. And I remember feeling a draft on my face and realizing my bedroom window was open, about 1 inch. And I remember, as I was slipping into oblivion, that I had never opened the window before because it had been sealed shut by decades of paint enamel. I bolted straight up despite my very serious need for real sleep. The Xanax and booze I swallowed couldn't stop my heart rate from suddenly surging. Fuck. I shut the window, stumbled through my apartment in a haze, my mind racing despite my completely impaired bodily function.
Hello?
I took a quick inventory. Something had been in my apartment.
Hello, who's there?
It was as if everything had shifted, just a few inches off. I'd been hoping for some indication that I was on the right path. Something to tell me I was getting close, to exposing what was being covered up. And here it was. I had hit a nerve. But I couldn't think straight. I'd been awake for over 30 hours and I wasn't going to get any of that precious sleep now, which I needed in order to keep going, in order to get to the truth about NextCorp, and why Max Fuller would want to push his revolutionary human enhancement technology to market despite the risks. What's that?
That's the low battery alert. Fuel cell at 5%. The vehicle will power down if we do not recharge.
Shit. All right. Find the nearest station.
Close your eyes. There. Let's return to the boy. The boy on the ice. That's it.
The boy's body has gone numb, and he's staring with bright, burning eyes at the winter stars appearing in the sky, trying not to think of his brother, his identical twin brother who's already fallen through the ice. The final breath frozen in his lungs, his lifeless eyes fixed towards the depths below, the bottomless dark, a mirror image of himself.
Tomorrow's Monsters, starring John Boyega as Jack Locke, Darren Criss as Max Fuller, Marley Shelton as Cass Berkeley, Clark Gregg as Walter Fuller, Sa Ngauja as David Truesdale, Nicholas Dacosky as Finn Connolly, Claire Bronson as Dr. Abby Reynolds, David Chen as Michael Corbin, Suhaila Elatar as Jenna, Victor Rivera as Eddie Bender, Robert Pralgo as Agent Beatty, Steve Coulter as Senator Berkeley, Rhoda Griffiths as Rainey Webb, with additional performances by Helen Abel, Jason Williams, Michael Anthony, Robin Bloodworth, and Teresa Davis. Our first assistant director is Michael Monty. Our second assistant director is Sarah Klein. Sound and music by Ben Lovett. Additional sound design and editing by Benjamin Balcom, Justin Roboski, and Mike Regan. Casting by Jessica Fox Thigpen. This episode features the song Through the Eyes from the album Mirages by Michelle Nobler. Our executive producers are Scott Sheldon, Shelby Thomas, Alexander Williams, and Matthew Frederick. Written by Dan Bush and Nicholas Dacosky. Created by Dan Bush and Connell Byrne. Directed by Dan Bush. Produced by Beau Flynn, Dan Bush, and John Boyega. Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Do you love a good story?
Fantastic!
Because each episode of Storytime features some of your favorite creators from YouTube, TikTok, Reddit, and beyond sharing their most hilarious, horrifying, and cringe-inducing stories.
Now, peeking in, I realize that she is talking to the doll heads.
Every week, I, your host, Will McFadden, deliver a hot, fresh, tasty tale directly to your earbuds. And you don't even have to tip me. Listen to Storytime every Wednesday on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions.
Welcome to Fast Track, America's fastest recharge station. You have made the right choice with Fast Track.
January 7th, Keystone, Nebraska. Almost midnight. I had to stop and recharge the car. I didn't think I was gonna make it. I've been on the road for over 24 hours now. About 30 hours still to go before I reach Arlington. Unless they catch me first. The night after my first day at NextCorp as Max Fuller's personal assistant, I tracked down David Truesdale, one of the participants of the first phase of human trials. It didn't go well.
Have you had any more contact with NextCorp? Have you spoken to Max Fuller since? Nah. Just Benjamin. Who's Benjamin? Mr. Truesdale? Don't touch me! Don't fucking touch me!
Looking back, that's when all the trouble started. I didn't know who was onto me at the time when I started digging, but it didn't go unnoticed. Dr. Abby Reynolds had tipped me off to Truesdale's whereabouts. She was NextCorp's physician. Her job was to monitor and track the test subjects during the shut-eye research.
Exhibiting similar behaviors, spacing, digging at the bottoms of their cages and attacking each other. I am terminating this round of tests.
The fact that she oversaw phase 1 of the human trials, despite something going horribly wrong with the previous animal tests, man, she must have been instrumental in covering it up. Now, the only thing I knew for sure is that she would crack. She wasn't equipped to hold on to her secrets much longer. Her moral compass wouldn't allow it. She was too good. I could tell a lot about a person that way. And if anyone could break her, it was me. I just needed to find her.
Become a fast track priority member today.
Okay, just hurry up. What the hell?
Please select your charging protocol.
Christ, what does this guy want? Was she just gonna stand there and stare at me or what? Oh, can I help you? Mate, this side is for electric, you know. The gas pumps are on the other side.
Recharge complete, Jack.
Let's go.
Please consider bubbling yourself in.
Let's go.
Resuming autopilot.
Christ. Who was that? It's dark out here. I can see the dull glow of some metropolis off in the distance. Highways are for getting from A to B, and back roads are for what happens in between. My father told me that once. It was bullshit, of course. My father was capable of a massive amount of bullshit. The truth is, he was avoiding major highways because he was on the run, and there are less facial recognition cameras on the back roads. My father, when he passed away, he had nothing. No heirlooms, no family possessions. He came from nothing, and to nothing he returned. And he died alone with $25K in a sock drawer. My inheritance. That and a pile of videotapes filled with footage of me as a boy.
Which hand do you think it's in?
That one.
I pretended to think it with the other hand. How?
Because I know that you thought I was going to guess your other hand.
I switched it because you thought I was going to do that trick every time.
Always watch the hands.
Come on, man.
If there's only one thing you learn from your papa, it's how to read people and to always watch the hands. Abby?
Always watch the hands.
Well done. Don't worry.
Well, none of these had ever been digitized, but his old Panasonic camera still worked. My father didn't believe in digital. No social media profiles, no online accounts, no digital footprint at all, which seems impossible these days. Shit, it's almost magical. Being a nobody to him meant that he could be anybody, anyone he needed to be, depending on the circumstances. That's what it takes to be a professional con man. When I was 10, he decided that it was time for me to learn the family business. How to spot a sucker and how to pocket their money. Whether they're Nobel laureates or low-life hustlers, our fathers cast long shadows.
When you were born, each of you, there was a seed in you. Deep down, hidden. This was potential. This could grow into 1 billion different things.
This
like any seed,
is Dr. Walter Fuller, Max's father, from a commencement speech at Stanford University. I'm not sure when exactly, but the doctor seems to be in his 40s. Dust of silver at his temples. A man in his prime. Alluring and powerful.
Support you needed to get here. You have found and trained a passion long enough for it to get you through one of the most challenging periods in your life. And what you need to do now is to forget it all. Forget all of it. Everything that led you to this moment, let it go. Because it isn't real anymore. It isn't real because it no longer exists. It's in the past. The only thing that does exist right now is right now. This present moment. And this is where the future begins. In this moment, you are in the prime of your life and on the edge of a new era of human history. From this moment, anything is possible. You are the authors of what happens next. You can predict the future by inventing it.
Predict the future by inventing it. And he did. Walter Fuller's contribution to the world of medicine is immeasurable. The millions saved each year as a result of that contribution, the Nobel Prize he won as a consequence. Walter Fuller's work has been widely praised and documented in history books. But Walter Fuller's personal life was jealously guarded. You know, it's astonishing that a public figure like Walter Fuller was able to keep details of his private life secret in this day and age. I guess that's one thing he had in common with my father. Even though my father had no public identity at all. Like me, Max's father was mostly absent from his life. It's one thing we have in common. Yet, you know, they taught us to see the world very differently. My father taught me to track patterns and be an observer. Trust no one and never take your eyes off the hands. Because everything in life is a con, and everyone is always on the take. Max's father taught him to repress the past, to live only for the future, and that nothing else matters. Though we came from very different backgrounds, Max and I, we had nothing common for me to be able to earn his trust. He took a shine to me because I made myself the protege that he wanted. Brilliant and wounded. Someone like himself. I keep thinking about the first time I saw it. The other side of Max Fuller. It was almost midnight on December 29th, the night he disappeared. The entire team was working overtime preparing for CES, the International Consumer Electronics Show. This was to be the proving ground for NextCorp's new Mind apps. When I leaned into Max's office, I heard him talking to someone. It was heated. But when I opened the door,
I hope I'm not disturbing you.
there was no one else in the room,
Jack, no, it's fine. I was actually just having a drink.
just Max.
Would you like one?
Thanks, sir. I wanted to let you know I got us a table at the CES Innovation Awards after your keynote.
Oh, that's excellent.
Is there anything else for tonight?
Have a seat, Jack. Please, I insist.
Okay, sure.
How's your mother, Jack? I'm sorry, forgive me. You don't have to answer that. I know it's personal. It's just that I was thinking about her.
About my mother?
Yeah. Yes, it's not lost on me what you must be going through.
She isn't verbal anymore.
It's really hard when they get to that point. Here you go.
Thanks. You know, I still call her. You know, doctors say my voice calms her, which is, you know,
Of course
it's good.
it does. No, that makes sense. Your mother is one of the last humans on Earth with a primal brain. You and I, we grew up with smartphones. And because of that, our brains are wired completely differently. The massive amount of screen time has forced completely different neural connections for us. Our ability to recognize faces and voices is nowhere near to that of our parents.
You know my biggest regret?
Not spending more time with her?
Yep, that, sure. I mean, do any of us ever really have enough time with the people we love? But no, she always had the best advice. Any girl I dated, my mother always knew exactly how long it would last. And when I listened to my mother, my life was better. She was wise. Now all that wisdom is gone. It's just gone.
Are you the only one taking care of her?
Yeah. Just me now, all alone with her here.
Now?
Yeah, had a I had a brother, but he's gone.
Huh. I thought you said you didn't have any siblings.
He was a soldier.
A soldier? Huh. I'm sorry. I didn't know we had so much in common. My apologies, I really don't mean to be invasive. I've been told I lack a certain social etiquette. It's difficult for me to decipher what's appropriate when it comes to personal matters, so you'll have to...
No, it's okay. So what about your brother?
What about him?
You still miss him? I'm sorry, Max, if now I'm being too forward.
No, you're not. It's okay.
Okay. And that's when it happened. My father used to call it the shift. The moment a sucker makes the choice to trust you. For most people, the shift happens right away. Well, that's if the con is good. I'm gonna be honest, Max Fuller wasn't no sucker. I've been working on shifting him for months, but he just kept studying me. Like a fucking spider, never broke though. And then it happened, right then. Max's gaze transformed. He went from observing me to trusting me.
No, I don't miss him. It's not like that.
What's it like?
It's been over 30 years now, and there's still an ache sometimes, a little tightening in the chest, you know. But like anything, it's just sort of folded up into the rest of your life eventually. I guess you, of all people, would know that, right, Jack?
Well, they live on inside us, in our thoughts, in our dreams.
What do you mean?
Yeah, well, what I mean is our thoughts are shaped differently for having known them. And these thoughts take form in our actions. And our actions eventually become cemented into habits. So when we look at ourselves in the mirror, we can see our brothers just reflected back. That was cheesy. Sorry.
It's poetic, actually. No. Or maybe, you know, maybe it's more like... What am I trying to say? We're haunted by them. Trauma is the Achilles heel. It can be our saving grace, but it can also be our downfall. It's a design flaw.
Design flaw?
He was my father's favorite, you know, my brother, Benjamin. His favorite son. Though my father would have never said that.
I'm sure that wasn't the case.
I think he loved Ben's brashness. I mean, the kid was the first out of the womb. He was the first to walk. Like I said, he was a lot more like my mom. And when he died, it was as if he took the last of her with him. And so Dad threw himself into work, full force. He took all of the energy he would have taken into raising us and plowed into the future without me.
What did you do?
What did I do? I went to boarding school is what I did. When I came home from school, I didn't notice a change in him because he was always sort of distant with me. He didn't notice a change in himself because he was too focused on the work and too vain to admit to himself that he was slipping. It was his assistant, Marie, who finally came to me. They could have stopped it, but he was already so diminished, it was too late for any of his drugs to really save him. And they hadn't figured out yet how to reverse it. Marie had been too afraid to say anything.
God.
What I'm getting at is there's a danger in surrounding yourself with people who regard you too highly, Jack.
Oh?
That's why you are here.
That wasn't why I was there. I was 3 months into my time at NextCorp, and I had spent most of that time when I wasn't following Max around as a perfect protege, digging into his company's secrets, trying to take him down. And I hadn't made much progress to that end. Until that night. Something happened that changed everything. I needed to find NextCorp's Achilles heel. I needed to find Abby Reynolds. And that was the night I finally caught a break.
Hi, it's Laverne Cox, and on my new podcast, The Laverne Cox Show, we're ripping the Band-Aid off trauma resilience, dating, diet culture, dating, white supremacy, dating.
Okay, I'm not gonna get explicit, but just because you cute, like I'm not going to.
I know what you were gonna say. Yes, girl, I've been there. And honey, we have a lot of fun along the way.
You have a lot of lesbian fans who love your femininity and glamour, and they just really, really want you. And
I want us to talk openly about the difficult things we all face as humans, and as humans in America.
Racist white people in the United States will sign their own death certificates. They will vote for policies that crush them, no safety nets, no health care, because they feel too much like entitlements, and those are folks of color, right?
Listen to The Laverne Cox Show on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcast. Make sure you subscribe and share.
I needed to find Abby Reynolds, and that was the night I finally caught a break.
I have this video of my father, of his final hours. Sometimes I watch it to remind myself. It was the only time my father told me that he was proud of me. It was like a fleeting moment of clarity. Hang tight, I'll be right back.
I was gone for a few minutes. Then I heard it. Another voice. Just like before. Like there was someone else in the bathroom with Max. So I stood up and slowly approached the bathroom door so that I could catch some of it in my hidden mic. What the hell? Who is that? I slipped back into my seat, and when he came out, and this is gonna be hard to explain, when he came back from the bathroom, something was different. He stood there, studying me, smiling. Now he had shifted to something new, something dark. His eyes intense. He seemed almost wild. He had undergone some kind of transformation. Is everything okay with you?
I want you to see it.
What?
Just wait and watch. Hey, Dad? Dad? It's me, Dad.
I need my glasses. I can't find. Where are my goddamn glasses?
They're right here, Dad. I got them.
Oh, okay.
They're in my hand. I got them.
Okay. It's you.
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, kiddo.
Yeah.
Where you been, kiddo? Where have you been? Dinner was 2 hours ago. It was 2 hours ago.
Okay.
Okay, no, wait. That's not right. God damn it, that's not right. I'm sorry, I am not really myself these days. These things get a little...
It's okay.
They get fuzzy.
No, I know.
Bodies get old, you know? It's criminal. Oh. How are your studies? Have you done your readings? Have you completed them?
Yes, sir.
You have? Speak up, son. Have you?
Yes, sir. I have.
Good. That's good. Good. No, that's good for you. Good for you.
Have you taken your medicine, Dad? Francine said you were being difficult.
What? What did you say?
She said that.
No. Excuse me. I'm not being difficult. I'm not. That bitch keeps coming into my goddamn house, into my room. She comes in and she tells me what I can do. Whose house is it?
She's not trying to upset you, Dad.
It's my goddamn house.
We know that,
Damn it.
Dad. She's just
she
here to
cannot
help you.
tell me
Dad,
what to do
Dad,
in my
hey,
goddamn.
Dad, calm down.
Don't you?
She's not even here right now.
Get your hands off
Dad,
me right
I'm
now.
trying to help you
Get
right now.
off me,
Dad.
Get the fuck off me.
Dad.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. I'm sorry. It's okay. Just
I miss you so much. I've been a little muddled lately. I think it's the work. It's just been too much.
I understand. I get it, Dad. It's okay.
But look at you. You're a good boy. You have always been special. And I am so sorry that I have never really said it, but it's true. I have always known that you would do great things. As much as I have hopefully accomplished, as hard as I've worked, and as far as I may have raised the bar, I have got nothing on you. Son, I've got nothing on you. You are going to change the world in ways I can't even imagine. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
It's true.
Thank you so much, Dad. Thank you.
It's true, Benjamin.
What did you call me?
Jesus, it's freezing. Benny, would you turn up the thermostat? 72 is where I like it. I don't know why she likes it so goddamn cold.
He was so far gone that he didn't know who he was fucking talking to. The one time he expressed pride in his son, Max. And I thought it was a lucid moment. I believed deep down, despite the years of guilt I felt for my part in my brother's death and my fear that my father despised me for killing his favorite son, that maybe he was actually accepting of me, proud of me. He thought I was Benjamin, still alive. Because that was my father's fantasy after all. His secret wish that my brother Ben had lived and that I had been the one who died that day on the ice. It was never me he would be proud of. Do you know why it is that we do what we do?
So that people don't have to suffer?
No. This video goes on. I won't trouble you further with it, but in 10 minutes, he shits himself. In 15, as I'm trying to clean the shit off the legs and ass of a Nobel laureate, the single strongest man I've ever known, whose work changed the entire course of modern medicine as we know it, do you know what he does? He starts to pray. Our Father who art in heaven. Out of nowhere, this lifelong committed atheist who felt nothing but disdain towards religion, who called it a weakness, railed against the political system that prompted up, this fucking titan who beat it into my damn skull that we don't beg for help from the great almighty invisible thing called God, had the gall while I was wiping his wrinkled ass
Max,
to pray.
Max, he was sick. He was sick and he was confused.
And that, my little friend, is why we do what we do. To help. Yeah, sure, we want to help. To help, that sounds noble. Yeah, good. We are very noble people. But there is nothing more disgusting in this world, more hateful and insidious than frailty. And I can smell it. I can smell it just like I could smell it on my father, on my pathetic, mewling, praying father. And Jack, you want to know what it smells like? It smells like shit. We don't do what we do simply because we love humanity. It's because we detest the weakness in them. I can trust you, right, Jack? That's why you're here, to earn my trust.
Of course, yeah.
And here, deliver this for me, would you?
gave me an envelope addressed to Abby Reynolds. That was the last night any of us saw Max for a while. The next morning, he would disappear.
The boy hears his father's voice. It's echoing from across the snow-covered hill above the lake, carried by the wind. Who knows how long it had taken his father to register his children's absence? When did it occur to the father that he had not encountered his children since early that morning? The father's voice draws nearer. It's winded and filled with terror. He calls out. The boy strains to turn his head, and he can see his father stumbling towards him in the snow. He'd been discovered at last, and soon he surely would be rescued. Soon he would be safe and warm in his father's strong arms, and his father would hold him tighter than he had since he'd been born. And the boy would look into his father's weeping eyes, and he would see his father remembering how precious the boy was to him, how deeply he loved the boy. And that is the last thought the boy has before.
Before what?
Before the ice breaks. Before he slips beneath the surface of the frozen lake and comes face to face with the mirror image of himself. His dead brother, Benjamin.
Monsters, starring John Boyega as Jack Locke, Darren Criss as Max Fuller, Marley Shelton as Cass Berkeley, Clark Gregg as Walter Fuller, Sa Ngauja as David Truesdale, Nicholas Dacosky as Finn Connolly, Claire Bronson as Dr. Abby Reynolds, David Chen as Michael Corbin, Suhaila Elatar as Jenna, Victor Rivera as Eddie Bender, Robert Pralgo as Agent Beatty, Steve Coulter as Senator Berkeley, Rhoda Griffiths as Rainey Webb, with additional performances by Helen Abel, Jason Williams, Michael Anthony, Robin Bloodworth, and Teresa Davis. Our first assistant director is Michael Monty. Our second assistant director is Sarah Klein. Sound and music by Ben Lovett. Additional sound design and editing by Benjamin Balcom, Justin Roboski, and Mike Regan. Casting by Jessica Fox Thigpen. Our executive producers are Scott Sheldon, Shelby Thomas, Alexander Williams, and Matthew Frederick. Written by Dan Bush and Nicholas Dacosky. Created by Dan Bush and Connell Byrne. Directed by Dan Bush. Produced by Beau Flynn, Dan Bush, and John Boyega. Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Why do you get deja vu? Why are you attracted to symmetrical faces? And why do you listen to songs that bum you out? I'm Dessa, the host of a new podcast, Deeply Human.
When you cry, it can sometimes help you irrigate your emotions.
We were attempting to induce deja vu through virtual reality.
I'm finding out what we all want to know. Why do you do what you do? Deeply Human, a BBC World Service and American Public Media co-production with iHeartMedia. Listen on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Join me, Chelsea Urson, on Season 3 of my podcast, Dear Young Rocker. Tune in to hear some of my favorite musicians tell stories from their awkward musical beginnings, reconnect with the teenager they used to be, and remember what it's like to fall in love with your favorite band for the first time. Listen to Dear Young Rocker Season 3 on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions.
Inmate is Michael Corbin, right?
Michael Corbin, yeah.
How do you want to pay?
The bondsman already transferred the money.
To the city or to Oakland County Sheriff's
No,
Office?
no, to the sheriff's office, I know.
You can wait outside. They're bringing him down now.
That's when it all started. Michael had been arrested a few times before, usually just for public drunkenness. The cops always went soft on Michael because he was a vet. He'd served the country. This time it was worse. He was charged with gross negligence and discharging a firearm in public. Luckily, he came to his senses and dropped the gun before the cops took him out. I felt helpless, and I felt exhausted. The feeling that time was running out, that the next call would be from the morgue. I couldn't bail him out anymore. Something had to change. He stepped out of the cinder block jailhouse and looked around sheepishly. I couldn't stand the sight of him. Michael, over here, now. Fuck me.
Lifesaver, man. I thought I'd never get out of there, yo. God, this guy kept telling these bum-ass jokes, yo.
What happened?
Look. This guy walks into a bar, right? Orders 2 drinks.
Michael, this is not the time
So the
for
bartender says, why the 2 beers?
Michael.
Right? So the guy says, I've got a brother that's stationed in Damascus, and each night we order 2 drinks so that we can still drink together.
What are you talking about, me?
It's a joke, bro. I promise you, you'll love it.
I don't want to hear a joke, Michael.
Each night, 2 drinks, 1 for him, 1 for his brother. Until...
Not right now, man.
Until one night, the guy walks in and he only orders 1 beer. Right? So the bartender gets quiet.
And
he says, oh, man, bro, I'm sorry for your loss. Drinks are in the house. So the guy says, no, my brother's fine. I just quit drinking.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, no, I've got one. I got one. Guy gets a call from his brother who's locked up in jail, and his brother has to borrow $25K to bail his ass out at 3 a.m. Oh, you're silent now, yeah? It's not funny. It's not a joke, man.
Oh, okay,
Michael.
man. All right. I messed up. I was just,
Just what? What the hell were you doing?
I was just killing rats. All right? I was just killing rats.
But with a gun?
Bro, I wasn't hurting anybody. All right? I used to do it all the time in the desert. Target practice on the rats. Okay, man. I know it was stupid, but God, man, sometimes I forget I can't do shit here, man.
Are you still going to those VA meetings?
Jack, come on, man. That place is useless.
Oh, Michael, what are you talking about?
What?
You obviously need help. They have programs to help you readjust. They have doctors. You should be covered.
No.
You should go down there and sort yourself out, man.
No, man. There's no appointments, Jack. None.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? At the VA hospital?
Jack, they can't help me.
Well, then what the hell are you gonna do? Where are you gonna go? You're ridiculous. What about Mum? Can you go back home for a while?
Look, I was thinking, all right? Look, just hear me out, man. Just hear me out, all right? There's this guy I know, this buddy of mine named David. He was telling me about this program. I don't know.
What program?
So it pays like $2K a week for like 6 weeks, all right? Free food, nice room, to some doctors, medical evals, and they even have a shrink. And they're specifically looking for combat-trained veterans.
So, like a program for treating PTSD?
No, it's a clinical trial, right? For some research on some new drug. I don't know.
What drug?
Look here.
Next Corp. FDA approved. Phase 2 protocol designs after a rigorous special assessment. Mate, what is this, Michael?
I don't know. It could be good. It'll get me off the street for a while. Look at this part right here.
Goal is to develop a mind application using thoughtware-based nanotechnology to regulate hormones and reverse the effects of mental fatigue and stress-related sleep deprivation.
It's a controlled environment, right? Maybe help me stabilize my thoughts.
Phase 2 includes human trials with specific sample groups such as patients diagnosed with PTSD or suffering from psychological and emotional damage caused by sexual assault, war, violent crime, and other traumas.
So what do you think?
Why are you asking me, man?
Come on, Jack, you know this stuff, right? You're a bioengineer, ain't you? So what do you think?
Yeah, man, look, I think it's great.
What?
Yeah. It's like you said, this could be good. It's a controlled environment. This is great for you, man. It was a lie. I knew the NextCorp clinical trials were a bad idea. I knew they were going to use Michael as a guinea pig. So under normal circumstances, I'd have told Michael to stay the hell away. I would have told him that the only thing crazier than doing target practice on rats in an alleyway in downtown Oakland in broad daylight was volunteering his brain to some Silicon Valley startup so they could load it up with nanites and keep him awake indefinitely. But right then, I couldn't think of anything better for me than Michael being someone else's problem. Why don't you stay at my place tonight? I'll drive you to the trial in the morning. Michael?
Huh?
My place tonight? Michael.
Yeah, no, yeah, man, that's cool.
Alright, good. The next morning, I drove Michael to the trial. It was the last time I saw him alive. Somewhere in Nebraska. Outside my window, the American Midwest drifts by continuously. A stream of energy fills and dust. At night, the horizon glows with the lights spilling from distant cities. Feels like I'm frozen inside of a massive machine. Clockwork in constant motion around me. Other times, it feels like my brother is here too.
You want me to tell you a joke?
Like his ghost is along for the ride on this journey across America. I imagine him in the back seat, telling one of his bad jokes. Our grief is like a curse. Your brain glitches against the cognitive absence. The missing information, a loved one no longer present. And your brain compensates. Fills the void with patterns. I know these are hallucinations, but it's getting harder to dismiss them as such. When I was a kid, I split my time between England and the States. Mum wanted to keep me in secondary school back in the UK, so I lived with my grandparents. And I would visit Mum and Michael on holiday. Michael and I had different fathers. Both of them were mostly absent from our lives, but my father would at least keep in touch and make an appearance a few times a year. That's not much, but it's not nothing. You see, I knew my father loved me, even if he was ill-equipped to be a full-time parent. Well, Michael's father was different. He had a series of shit jobs that he'd lose with an almost comical regularity. I guess in that way he was dependable. Well, he lived with us for a few years before my mother divorced him, which took far too long. Michael was only 3. After that, he would take Michael every other weekend for a few more years until Michael turned 6. His dad took him camping for his birthday. And on the morning of their second day in the woods, Michael woke up alone in his tent. He waited for his dad to come back. Waited all day and all night. His dad never came. Eventually, Michael hiked back to the road, scared and alone. But his dad's car was gone. And Michael never saw his father again. You know, I think it's quite clear that Michael blamed himself. I think he grew up thinking something was wrong with him, that he was unlovable. Unfortunately for Michael, I was the next best option for a male role model. But you know what? I'm trash. I couldn't help but exploit his weaknesses. It was a lifelong pattern and it made for a dangerous relationship. You know, my mom used to scream at me, "Are you trying to kill your brother?" Maybe I was. This is one of the last recordings of him. Of Michael.
How are you feeling?
All right.
Sleep all right?
Yeah, definitely. Whatever you gave me knocked me out. And these cots, they remind me of the Army. Base camp. I learned how to turn it all off over there, so, you know.
I'm going to administer your first dose.
This is from the trial.
This doesn't hurt, but you might feel
It's a video of Michael getting his first dose of Shahai.
Say so, Doc.
3 months later,
Ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
he was dead.
Friday, March 15, 0800 hours. Test subject 005A, Michael Corbin.
The other person that you hear in this video is Dr. Abby Reynolds.
Here's exposure number 1, 62.5 PRF. 5 seconds. Eyes forward. Deep breath.
I went to see her 4 days ago.
And 3, 2, and...
It's January 4th, 10 a.m. I just arrived at the Samaritan House, a free clinic north of the city. The address was on the envelope Max gave me, the one that he instructed me to deliver to Dr. Abby Reynolds, one that had a check inside it for $200,000 made out to her. Maybe I can get some answers out of her. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, I'm looking for Dr. Abby Reynolds.
Regarding?
Oh, it's personal.
Have a seat. I'll let her know.
I took a seat in the crowded waiting room. The room was packed. Mothers with sick children, people sniffling and bleeding. I have to admit, with the way my head was pounding, I felt right at home. I tried to focus on the window, the world outside, and that's the first time I saw it. The grey van, an old gas-powered Ford, tinted windows. Maybe it used to be blue or green, but where's it gonna paint and faded to a dull grey? This van kept circling the parking lot outside the clinic. It slowed down each time it passed by. That's how I knew the migraine was coming next. I've suffered severe migraines since I was a boy. The triggers are all different. Lack of sleep, poor diet, staring at a screen for too long, anxiety. I saw multiple doctors, but none of them had any clue. And I realized that if I wanted to find out what was wrong with my head, I would have to diagnose myself. Hack my own brain. That's what led me to bioengineering and neuroscience. Eventually, I discovered there were others like me, that I have a rare neurological syndrome that causes hallucinations, sensory distortion, and panic attacks. Every time is different, except for one symptom. I call it the replay. And when this replay happens, I experience repeating patterns. Now, it's not deja vu. It's more like a fever dream, like I'm stuck in a loop, suspended in the moment of time. Perhaps I'll see a dog almost getting run over by the same car 3 times in a row. Or I'll distinctly recall finding my lost keys in the laundry room, right before I find my lost keys in the laundry room. In this case, it was a grey van that just kept passing by outside of the window next to where I was sitting. What the hell?
Can I help you?
Dr. Reynolds?
Yes.
If Dr. Reynolds heard my British accent, if she knew who I really was, there's no way in hell she'd ever talk to me.
You work for Max Fuller, correct?
So I had to convince her that I was someone else.
No, not anymore.
Someone with more authority.
Are you still receiving payments from MexCorp, or is that hush money?
Who are you?
We're investigating NextCorp.
So you're HEA?
Violations of the Code of Conduct and for other safety concerns.
What concerns?
The human trials, Dr. Reynolds. Specifically the use of deep brain stems, lack of post-trial therapies, or...
Those were offered to the subjects. Look, I need to see some ID.
False reporting, the omission of critical data from the previous round of animal testing, presumably so that Max Fuller could greenlight human trials in the first place. And that would be where you come in, Dr. Reynolds.
I need to see credentials.
Martin Bowman, HEA. I work with Nick Beatty. Now we know about the rats, Dr. Reynolds.
People are always more compliant in person. It's also useful to drop real names. Martin Bowman and Nick Beatty were real. Beatty was the head of the HEA, the Human Enhancement Administration. I had Abby's undivided attention. Now all I had to do was offer her a way out.
Dr. Reynolds, this doesn't have to get ugly. Now, you wanted to do the right thing. We know that. But I definitely need your compliance if I'm to continue with you in good faith. And we need you to help piece some things together. Put an end to all this before anyone else gets hurt.
Give me an hour. My lunch break. There's a diner a mile up the road. We can talk there.
Hi, I'm Phil Donahue.
And I'm Marlo Thomas.
We fell in love on live television, right there on my show. Not long after we got married, and that was more than 40 years ago.
Now on our new podcast, Double Date, we visit the homes of our favorite long-married celebrity couples.
We share intimate conversations about enduring love and all its challenges. Family, career, conflict, addiction, illness, jealousy. Everything a couple can face.
And you'll hear those personal and often hilarious stories that all married people like to tell. From couples like Viola Davis and Julius Tenen, Neil Patrick Harris and David Burka, Kelly Ripa and Mark Consuelos, Judge Judy and Jerry Scheinlin, and so many more. We can't wait to share some of the laughs and tears and revelations that we had with these remarkable spouses.
Listen to Double Date on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Learning from mistakes is important, but don't you prefer to learn from the painful mistakes of others? I'm Tim Harford, host of Cautionary Tales, the podcast that looks for valuable lessons from great crimes and disasters of the past. You'll ride with cavalrymen of the Light Brigade as they charge headlong towards certain death. You'll fly in a doomed airliner hijacked by idiots, attend the trial of the art forger who fooled the Nazis, and uncover the deeds of a doctor who paid friendly house calls to his patients while really planning their murders. The series stars Jeffrey Wright, Helena Bonham Carter, and Malcolm Gladwell.
Ah, Tim, what a sweet thing to say.
Some stories will delight you, others may scare you, but they'll all make you wiser. To subscribe, head to the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you like to listen.
Okay. January 4th, 11:55. Dr. Abby Reynolds has agreed to meet me at this diner down the street from the clinic where she works. She's 25 minutes late, and... That's weird. The fan is the same grey fan with the tinted windows. I swear. It's the same one I saw at the clinic. I think I'm being followed. I know I'm being paranoid, but why wouldn't I be? And here comes Dr. Abby Reynolds. Good timing. I was about to leave. Nice place. Rustic.
Can I get you anything, miss? Coffee?
You should try the strawberry rhubarb pie. It's great.
No, thank you. Okay. What specifically do you want to know?
Well, we need to know what happened with the shut-eye product between the animal testing and the human trials?
It had been the most promising advance any of us had seen up to that point. After a shitty few months. We couldn't find the right mix to make it do what we needed it to do.
And what did you need it to do?
Work. We needed for Shut-Eye to keep its subjects awake and alert without any notable side effects. The first couple of rounds of trials, nothing. I mean, nothing except a bunch of lab rats with heart palpitations. Finn and Max were beside themselves. We argued about whether to even bother with a fourth trial, but Finn insisted.
Finn Conley?
Yes, he's NextCorp's lead engineer. And it worked. Max and Finn made an upgrade to the nanite sequencing, and it worked like a charm. At first.
What happened next?
It was disturbing.
I'm listening.
The rats became agitated. They began repeating these odd behavior patterns. Some running in circles, others moving incessantly from one side of the cage to the other. Some gnawed at the cage lining until their teeth broke. Then, one of the rats, the one we called Algernon, he was the alpha. He just sat there, staring into space for hours, until he snapped.
Snapped?
I came in that morning and realized some of the animals had chewed their own paws and tails off. Blood everywhere. And then Algernon, he was still sitting there, motionless, staring at his own reflection. And I opened the blinds. As soon as the daylight hit the cage, Algernon started charging the glass, slamming his head into it repeatedly, attacking his own reflection. Everything eroded quickly after that. They began attacking each other. I am terminating this round of testing. Eating each other. This is, alive. I've never seen anything like this. That was at 240 hours. Without sleep.
My God.
We euthanized them, discarded the remains, and then we had the meeting. Finn was pretty horrified too, but wasn't as concerned about the broader implications. He thought that there was enough there to continue on. Maybe tweak the product and begin new trials, buy new rats. I think he was under extreme pressure. I think Max and Finn had been funneling their own money into this phase and they were underwater. So Finn was optimistic by default. Maybe move on to chimpanzees, something closer to humans anatomically, he said.
And what about Dr. Berkeley? What does she have to say about all this?
Cass? She agreed that we needed a more complex subject. Something about a cognitive line that rodents couldn't cross, but that humans could.
So sleep disruption caused different issues in rodents than it did in humans.
Everyone had their theories. I was against it. I told them so. I told them it was cruel.
What about Max?
I think I actually had Finn seeing my point of view before Max stepped in.
And he convinced the team to do another trial.
Yes. He said that he thought we were ready.
For chimps?
Humans. Humans.
After what happened with the rats?
He said that we would hedge our bets, play it safe, that we wouldn't go anywhere near the threshold that we'd taken the rats. 300 hours was too much. We all knew it.
Wait, he said this?
We had made a breakthrough. It was so big, and after we'd worked so hard, we were so close. But there was something else going on with Max.
What?
He was different. His face, his voice.
What do you mean, like a side of him you'd never seen?
No, it was physical. Primal. His pupils were dilated, his eyes were like black holes. The way he looked at me, he had this... almost a smile? a hideous kind of smile on his face. It wasn't Max.
I'm not following. Or did he do something? Threaten you?
No. But I was scared of what he might do.
Okay, he scared you or implied some threat, sure, but that doesn't change the fact that you went along. You
No,
set
I
up
didn't.
and conducted human trials knowing what could happen.
I made Finn swear that he wouldn't take things as far.
Oh, no.
Finn swore to me.
No, you swore. You swore too, Dr. Reynolds. A Hippocratic oath, right?
Look, if you want answers, you need to talk to him, not me.
Tamara Jessup, April Knight, Michael Corbin. These people were under your care at NextCorp. Now they are all dead.
So what now?
Let me settle up and then we can discuss next steps. You know, blackmail is a federal offense, Dr. Reynolds. We can protect you.
As I stepped to the register, I forced myself to take a deep breath. And the number one rule of the con is not to let emotions interfere. Nah, never let them read you. It's a confidence game. But this time, it was personal. My brother was dead. And I almost cracked. I remember as I swiped the pay, my hand was shaking.
Another piece of strawberry rhubarb pie to go, please.
I paid the bill and waited for the guy to put my slice of pie in a to-go box. That was it. Later, I played back this recording and timed it out. Now, I was gone from the table for exactly 3 minutes and 37 seconds. When I came back to the table, she was gone. Her purse was lying on its side on the floor, cosmetics and keys spilling out into the aisles. Her raincoat still there, draped over her now vacant chair. But she was gone.
Ah, shit, man. Shit.
Then I saw it.
Hey, what's this? What the?
The message was written in lipstick on a white plate.
Wait, what's this? Box.
First line, box.
Abby at NC.
Next line, Abby at NC. Next line, ALG, followed by some other indecipherable markings.
What the hell is this?
Dr. Reynolds was trying to tell me something before she ran out of time.
Oh, shit. The van. Oh, my. The van. The gray van. Shit!
Please buckle your seat.
Override, manual override. Come on, get out of the way. Get the hell out of my way, go.
Tomorrow's Monsters, starring John Boyega as Jack Locke, Darren Criss as Max Fuller, Marley Shelton as Cass Berkeley, Clark Gregg as Walter Fuller, Sa Ngauja as David Truesdale, Nicholas Dacosky as Finn Connolly, Claire Bronson as Dr. Abby Reynolds, David Chen as Michael Corbin, Suhaila Elatar as Jenna, Victor Rivera as Eddie Bender, Robert Pralgo as Agent Beatty, Steve Coulter as Senator Berkeley, Rhoda Griffiths as Rainey Webb, with additional performances by Helen Abel, Jason Williams, Michael Anthony, Robin Bloodworth, and Teresa Davis. Our first assistant director is Michael Monty. Our second assistant director is Sarah Klein. Sound and music by Ben Lovett. Additional sound design and editing by Benjamin Balcom, Justin Rabowski, and Mike Regan. Casting by Jessica Fox Thigpen. This episode features the song Through the Eyes from the album Mirages by Michelle Nobler. Our executive producers are Scott Sheldon, Shelby Thomas, Alexander Williams, and Matthew Frederick. Written by Dan Bush and Nicholas Dacosky. Created by Dan Bush and Connell Byrne. Directed by Dan Bush. Produced by Beau Flynn, Dan Bush, and John Boyega. Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
I'm Minnie Driver, and in my new podcast, Minnie Questions, I explore our differences and our similarities by asking people the same 7 questions. Questions about what makes us happy, what we're curious about, and what love means to us. This season, I'll be speaking with the brilliantly talented actor Viola Davis, epic Foo Fighters frontman Dave Grohl, actor and writer Alan Cumming, wonderful female director Sam Taylor Johnson, and investigative reporter Ronan Farrow, among others. In gathering different answers to the same questions from a variety of people, I wanted to examine how we're similar and also how we're individual, what inspires us, what makes us grow, what makes us wonder. Listen and subscribe to Minnie Questions on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Roy Wood Jr. I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm a correspondent on The Daily Show with Trevor Noah. I'm a father, I'm a Sagittarius, and I have a podcast called Roy's Job Fair. Now, what's the job fair about? Each week I sit down with real people from all lines of work, and we're going to laugh. See, this is what you got to remember about employment. See, work is like sex. Either you're getting some right now, or you're probably out there looking for it. Look, I've been fired from multiple jobs. I've had guns pulled on me at work. I've almost fought 2 coworkers, and that was all before the age of 23. So if I have those types of stories, I know y'all have some amazing stories out there. I want to know about your worst job. I want to know about your first job. I want to hear the story about the time you were stealing stuff at the job. Oh yeah, scammers get love on the job fair too. Sit back, relax, and laugh at the ups and downs that come with just trying to make an honest buck. I cannot wait to welcome you to Roy's Job Fair on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's comedian Nikki Glazer. I can't wait for you to listen to my new show, The Nikki Glazer Podcast, from the Big Money Players Network and iHeartRadio, with my best friend and roommate, Andrew Collin.
Hey, it's me, Andrew.
He's hilarious, and no, we are not,
Cooking.
iHeartRadio is #1 for podcasts. You can always find the Nikki Glazer Podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Oh, God.
What's up, you mother suckers? This is your African king of comedy, Michael Blackson, here to share some exclusive information about my must-listen new podcast, Mother Sucker Podcast with Michael Blackson. And we cannot forget my co-host,
this Chinese best friend. Thanks, Mike.
That's right, Chinese best friend along with me is going to be off the chain. You don't want to miss it. You can find Mother Sucker with Michael Blackson on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions.
Get out of the way. Get the hell out of my way. Go.
I followed the grey van for about 10 blocks, weaving in and out of traffic. I lost it at rail crossing. Crazy son of a bitch slid through to the other side of the track right before the train broke through.
No.
The last thing I remember was seeing flashes of the van through the speeding freight cars before it disappeared out of sight like a ghost.
Okay, Jenna. Resume autopilot.
Resuming autopilot. Jack, to improve your chances of survival, please consider buckling your seatbelt.
I turned the car around and raced back to NextCorp with a 30-megaton migraine exploding in my frontal lobe. The rain had stopped, and the bay was covered in thick fog. Visibility on the Golden Gate Bridge was maybe 30 feet. And at 60 miles per hour, I felt the same sensation I have now. Out here in the desert on autopilot at night. Like I'm suspended in the void. Going nowhere.
May 13, 2:04 a.m. A voice message from your brother, Michael.
Hey, Jack, it's Michael. Can you call me back? I really need some help, man. Something's wrong with my head, dude. Ever since NextCorp, ever since the trial, man, some kind of withdrawal. I don't know. I'm having these bad thoughts again, dude. Just call me back.
May 17, 7:22 a.m. A voice message from your brother, Michael.
I really need you to call me back, man. I'm sick. Something happened to me in there, dude. It's all of us. I need you, man. Why the hell would you call?
May 31, 3:15 p.m. A voice message from your brother, Michael.
Where the fuck are you, man? Look, I got a call from April Knight. She was with me in the clinical trials. She says she thinks we may be entitled to some kind of, compensation from NextCorp. And she's got this lawyer and she rounded up the others. They're suing. I don't know if, you always say never trust the lawyer, so, yeah, just call me back.
July 7, 8:15 a.m. A voice message from your mother.
Jack, it's your mother. You need to call me as soon as you get this. It's Michael, Jack. He's gone. I got a call from the Oakland Police Department. He said, Jack, your brother is dead.
On June 7th, 1 month before my brother Michael died, a lawsuit was filed against NextCorp. Michael was one of the several plaintiffs who had participated in the human clinical trials, but they had all essentially signed away their rights upon entering the trial. So there must have been some evidence of NextCorp's liability, something that would be strong enough for any law firm to pursue it. And these lawsuits were filed before 3 of the plaintiffs died by apparent suicide. Maybe that's what Dr. Abby Reynolds was trying to tell me. Before she vanished from the diner without a trace. Letters written in a smear of lipstick on a white plate, written in haste. First line, box. Next line, Abby at NC. Next line, ALG. This riddle was spinning in my brain. When I got back to NextCorp, it was lunch, and the lab was empty, but I didn't have much time. I hopped on Eddie's computer. The second line of Abby's message was Abby at NC. It looked like shorthand for a username, maybe Abby at nextcorp.com. And if it was a username, then the third line, ALG, and whatever else was smudged after those letters. Must have been the passcode.
Jack?
Hey, Eddie. Where is everyone?
Looking for you, actually. What you doing?
Sorry, what's that?
On my computer? What are you doing on my computer, Jack?
Max, he's looking for some files. Thinks maybe they're on our old database, so I just came to check it out. Yeah, some archival profile for Dr. Reynolds. You can help me log in, right? You just need to log in.
I don't have access to any archival stuff. Plus, it wouldn't be on this computer.
My bad. Where would it be?
I mean, the server? Probably need to go through HR to...
Oh, there he is.
Cass.
Hi there, Jack. What's the matter with you?
What?
You're wincing.
Oh, just a headache.
Where the hell have you been?
Oh, an errand for Max.
And where is Max?
Not here.
Eddie, can we have a moment?
I was just needing to finish this round.
Get out!
Of course.
What the fuck did you say to him?
Whoa, what?
Hey, Jack. Hey, Cass.
What did you say to Max? You were the last one to see him.
Okay, Cassandra, take a pill.
I know he likes to have you up for a stiff drink most nights so the two of you can wallow in the existential mire, but now he's fucking gone. So what did you talk about?
Well, hold on. I don't have no clue what...
What did he say?
Did he say anything to you about where he
No,
was going?
nothing. I don't know what you're talking about, mate.
Like hell you don't.
Okay, calm down. Look, Jack, we've got the keynote tomorrow.
No, I know. And you're worried about...
That Max isn't coming back.
What do you mean?
He finally responded to my texts this morning, said he was going to be gone. Indefinitely.
Well, wait, what about the keynote? What about his speech?
We've been preparing for Las Vegas, for CES. But Max was gone, disappeared, and he left without any indication of where he was going or when he would return.
Jack, did he happen to leave you with the speech, or email the speech, or for edits, or for something?
No, he didn't. Nothing.
I told you to keep an eye on him this weekend, Finn.
Hey!
I swear to God.
I proofed it. I could probably reconstruct it, sort of. I can put something together.
Great. See? Look, Cass, we've got some time. Jack, if you and I can piece it together...
Of course.
Then I can deliver it.
Okay. Yeah.
Drop by my office tomorrow, Jack. We're not done.
Deciphering Abby's message would have to wait. Apparently, it wasn't the first time Max Fuller had gone off the deep end.
I'm just curious, how did you do it? How did you come up with Shy?
It was after my father died.
This is from December 2nd,
I became
a month before CES.
totally aimless.
Max had offered me a drink and it became another late night session.
Drinking, indulging. It was Finn who saved me. I showed up at his place that summer. He was deep into some experiments. He was on fire about a project he called the Reconnected Mind.
Fucking madman right here, but I've done it. I've been looking for ways to bridge the gap between the modern brain and the primal brain. This is gonna change everything, Max.
I'd never seen him like that. His eyes were glowing with purpose. I'd been so self-absorbed for so long that it was inspiring to see another like-minded person so focused and so passionate about an idea. Finn was grounding all of that, in a way, always carefree. Too fascinated with the mechanics of the universe to worry about people. He invited me out to this place in the desert, and that's where I got the idea of how to make it work. I had a revelation. Human existence could be reprogrammed. Not just enhanced, but repaired.
Repaired, he said. See, Max considered human beings in their natural state to be broken, cursed by design flaws. And he told me about the birth of Shai, an incredibly romantic tale about him and Finn wanted to hack the human brain and reprogram it. The man is a legit genius, but like everything else in this story, there are other sides.
The same question is true of all new technologies. Is it more helpful or is it more hurtful? Take fire. Is it more helpful?
Finn and I went to the rooftop of his building to rehearse for CES. Max was gone, so Finn was the failsafe. If Max didn't return, Finn was going to have to deliver the keynote. Now, for the first time, the entire tech world would be watching. Everything was at stake.
Not already cyborgs. It's good, right?
I don't think you need the cyborg bit, mate.
Why not?
Counterproductive.
Finn and I did get the speech cobbled together, and it wasn't bad. You know, it was Fuller-esque, all the magic and inspiration. But let's just say, public speaking is not Finn's strong suit. Like Johnny Greenwood had filled in for Tom York. It would have been interesting, but it wouldn't really have been Radiohead.
Okay, I need a break. What do you say we change scenery?
I have to say, I couldn't have planned it any better. I'd wanted to get some time with Finn, but if I tried to corner him, it would have been too obvious. Well, that I was digging. Until I could lock in on a narrative Finn would buy, I would have to bide my time and wait. But now, his fool was coming to me. And that he was already nervous made my job even easier.
Oof, this place is sweet, mate.
Right?
We ended up at a place called the Escape Pod, a dive bar / retro arcade. No smart devices permitted. Apparently Finn's favorite pastime was drinking beer and playing antique arcade machines, like Tempest or Q*bert or Miss Pac-Man. And it was like we had traveled a half a century back in time. Finn ordered a pitcher of beer and we hopped on the Gallagher machine. It was fun.
You first.
All right. Man, it's been a while since I played this.
How long?
Since never.
Dude, it's easy. It's 2D, baby stuff. Just dodge the heavy rain of alien fire and never stop blasting.
Copy.
So, I don't mean for this to be awkward, but if there is anything you can tell me about the other night, anything that Max said or did, even if you don't know where he was going, any intel you can give us about his behavior.
Well, actually, Max was talking about the weekend you two came up with Shut-Eye.
Was he?
Yeah. A lie. Max had told me about how he came up with Shut-Eye a few weeks before. What Max told me the night that he disappeared was that his father had never loved him and even blamed him for his brother's tragic death. But I wasn't interested in what Finn needed to know. I was only interested in what Finn already knew. About everything. About whether Shut-Eye drove my brother to suicide, or if he was murdered as part of a cover-up. And this was my way in.
Okay, whoa. And what did he say exactly about how he came up with Shut-Eye?
Just that he had an epiphany of some kind. Your turn, mate.
An epiphany, huh? I guess that's one way to look at it.
Oh, there's another way.
You're too smart for stupid questions, Jack. Max has always been a little unstable. Did you know he was in a coma when he was a kid? I met him about a year after that. After he came out of the coma, he was alone, no friends. Walter had 2 kids, Max and his twin brother Ben. And apparently, one winter, the 2 of them were out playing a game of chicken, walking out onto an ice-covered lake on their property, and they fell through. Only one of them lived. Max suffered severe hypothermia. He was actually clinically dead for 4 whole minutes. I mean, that'll fuck anybody up. They were able to resuscitate him, but he remained in a coma for nearly a year, and he woke up to a very different family. He was an only child now to a gaunt, pale shadow of a man who was crippled by grief. Instead of dealing with it face to face, Walter sent him away to a science camp, one with an emphasis on robotics and AI. And that is where he and I met. He's a weird, twitchy kid, didn't have any friends, and I felt sorry for him, so, I befriended him. In the years that followed, we became inseparable. We were fellow geeks, By the 5th grade, we were raiding our father's labs for gear and cooking up our own biohacks.
Whoa. Look, watch what I figured out. Do this one little thing, and he freezes.
We experimented with implants on hamsters and gerbils, like
I don't think it hurts.
pre-adolescent Dr. Frankensteins.
You probably make him run.
When we hit high school, we got into some trouble, mixing smart drug stacks for college kids. These are like 3 times more potent.
It's gonna be more potent than anything you've ever had, man.
Fine, I'll PayPal you.
No. Crypto only.
And when we started NextCorp, we were just 18 years old. We're babies. I mean, at first we were just developing new stacks for pharmaceutical companies, but Max and I kept going, kept pushing the envelope. And now, combining our chemistry and engineering genius, we've figured out a new way to evolve the human brain. Anyway, it wasn't until Max's father died that we invented Shut-Eye. Max was really shattered after Walt died. Shit had always been pretty rough between them, and they never really got better before Walter passed. Max wasn't handling it well. So, I had this idea in my vast and infinite wisdom to dose him.
What exactly does that mean?
Well, I took Max to the desert, and I fed him a heroic dose of psychedelics that I had designed myself.
Okay. Look, I get it. The reset button.
That's what I thought. But that sort of thing is always kind of a double-edged sword. I mean, in hindsight, it was probably really stupid, but listen, what came from it was really groundbreaking. Damn it!
So what happened?
Well, I rented this place outside of 29 Palms. The Tile House, it's called. This place was like an abandoned shrine in the middle of the desert. Like the yard when you pulled up was filled with all kinds of weird shit. Sculptures made of found objects, old refrigerators, dolls' heads, bicycles, and there were hundreds of wind chimes.
Pretty dope place, right? Feels haunted. I think I'd prefer the cabin in the woods idea better.
Max, trust me. You could hear the chimes from way out. Even over the wind, which could get pretty damn heavy there. I mean, the place was otherworldly. It was a perfect place to trip. And we did. I designed this simple acetyl LSD, highly psychoactive. We dropped just before sunset, dragged a couple of lawn chairs out into the wasteland.
Sounds incredible.
It was pretty run-of-the-mill tripping in the desert shit. Signs and wonders, you know? And then Max started talking about his past.
That I am here, trapped inside this flesh.
About how life had not been kind, about how the world was a cruel place that had stripped everything from him piece by piece.
A world that feeds on the frail and the weak.
His mom, his brother, his father.
Why have I endured so much pain, so much loss? What am I? Am I an extension?
I've known Max since I was a boy, and it was the only time I've seen him cry, and he just wept. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, Max leaps up, and then he takes off. Into the dark.
Something snapped?
He was gone for what felt like forever. So long that I finally gave up waiting and just went inside and into my room, and eventually I just passed out. But I hear this sound outside. Like just outside the bedroom, this scratching noise. I walk out into the main room, and Max is on the floor. He's clutching a piece of scrap metal he'd grabbed from the yard, and he's scratching it along the ground. Hunched over like a madman. I call his name, and he turns, and he's covered in blood.
What?
He'd cut himself on the metal. I don't know, maybe he hadn't noticed, but I asked him if he was okay, and he just started babbling. Brain talk, physiology, neurology.
Sites with high delta.
About how the drugs were working on us.
Persistently high delta state. It's a state of consciousness in which the entire cortical mantle is lit up like a goddamn Christmas tree. A harmony of frequencies. Oh my God. Oh my God.
And then he jumped up and walked me over to what he was doing.
And the human mind is interconnected.
He'd been scratching formulas into the tile.
At exactly 8 to 12 hertz.
A 5x5 area. Tiles covered in algorithms, covered in blood. And that was Shut-Eye.
Christ.
You guys want anything else?
Just the check, thanks. Now I need to ask you something strange.
Okay.
When you last saw Max the other night, did he at any point suddenly seem not Max?
He's taking Shut-Eye, isn't he?
Hey, it's comedian Nikki Glazer, and I have a new podcast with my best friend and roommate, Andrew Collin.
Hey, I'm Andrew.
Is that all you got?
I didn't know you were going to let me speak.
You know, sometimes I look in the mirror and I go, you're a 36-year-old woman living with your male best friend, platonically, and how did you get here? And I told him, no, I don't want to do that.
Are you doing an Aniston?
I wasn't. I would never.
It's an Aniston.
What?
I hear Aniston. I'll bet.
Oh, is that your De Niro?
If I do the face, I get more into character.
This is a podcast, so they can't see that you look like De Niro, and it barely sounds like it. We are having a blast over at the Nikki Glazer Podcast from the Big Money Players Network and iHeartRadio. Monday through Thursday, every day, kind of. Monday through Thursday. So not every day, but most. Listen to the Nikki Glazer Podcast on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Hey guys, this is Joe Piazza, host of the Committed Podcast. Who is ready for season 6 of Committed? I am the only podcast that gives you a look into the raw, intimate, hilarious, and often heartbreaking stories of real marriage. It's cheaper than marriage therapy, and it will make you a lot happier. Doing the Committed Podcast lets me see other couples doing hard things. And if they can do hard things, then I realize I can do hard things too. Or things that are not so hard, like just be nice to my freaking husband. We have had more than 100 episodes of the Committed Podcast with nearly 7 million downloads. 7 million. It's a lot of people listening to this podcast. You should be one of them. Committed Season 6 will be launching on April 14th. So be sure to subscribe and share Committed with all of the people you think need marriage counseling. You can listen to the Committed Podcast on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
July 6th, 3:15 a.m. This is Dr. Cassandra Berkeley. Case number is 1021. Test subject, Max Fuller. I am monitoring the subject after his 11th exposure of shut-eye. Subject has been awake for 12 days, 3 hours, 45 minutes. He's showing signs of fatigue and describing feelings of anxiety and paranoia.
I'm not paranoid.
However, the psychomotor test showed no lapses of attention, no false starts, and time on task effect is above the phase 2 control group average. So
Please, can we do all this later?
it's important to track these episodes too.
I want to do that right now.
You made me promise.
Turn it off.
Okay.
Is it off?
Yes. It's off.
Okay, good. I just need to talk. Okay? I need to talk to you. Cass, I think. I'm really scared here.
Whoa. Hey. It's okay. It's okay. I'm here, baby. I'm here. I'm right here.
It's just I can't remember anything that happened last night.
Yeah.
Nothing. Last thing I remember, I was here with you, right? I think that was our last session.
Yeah, when we administered the last exposure.
Exactly. And then the next thing I know, I'm standing on this rooftop, right?
Okay.
And I didn't know where I was or how I got there.
Okay. And what did you do?
That's what I'm telling you. I don't know. I don't know how I got there or what I did or why I was there.
I mean after. What did you do after that? After the roof?
I came here. My hands, Cass. My hands won't stop shaking. My thumbs, they hurt so bad. I can hardly bend them. I think I've done something.
Done what?
Something terrible.
Jen, I'll find me a ride home.
A car is available 2 blocks away. Want me to summon it?
Just confirm the ride, I'll walk.
Head west on Cortlandt Street.
I was distracted. The whole time I sat listening to Finn's story of the birth of Shut-Eye, all I could think of was the message Dr. Abby Reynolds left, smeared in lipstick on her plate. First line, box. Next line, Abby at NC. Third line, ALG, followed by some other indecipherable smears.
Here is your car.
I remember as I rolled away, my gaze fixed on my reflection in the passenger window. I didn't look good. I was drifting in a haze of sleep debt and my pupils were like glazed donuts. The buildings and lights streamed by in a wet blur. That's when the replay happened again. Another glitch in the universe. The car came to a red light, one of the last traffic lights in the city, and my focus shifted past my reflection to a dark alleyway where I could see rats scuttling in the night. And one of them stopped and seemed to look right at me, nose twitching in the light of a street lamp. Then it happened again. A red light, the car stopped, and the rat, the same exact rat, turned and looked at me. Jenna, play a video for me.
Which one?
The one called...
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Holy shit.
There is no video in your archives called Holy Shit.
Okay, no, that's it. Jenna, play the video called Algernon.
Playing Algernon.
Exhibiting similar behavior.
ALG,
digging at the bottoms of their cages until their
her favorite test rat. Algernon, the password. The password is Algernon. Back in my apartment, I logged in as Dr. Abby Reynolds. Abby@nextcorp.com. Password Algernon. Oh my God.
Monday, March 27th, 0800 hours.
It was the entire archive.
Tomorrow, Jessup.
Every video, every session of every test subject from NextCorp's clinical trials, including my brother Michael's. But that's when it happened. I wasn't alone. There was someone else in my apartment. First I saw a shape, a dark figure reflected in the black corner of the monitor.
What is that?
And I froze, my mind reeling.
Who are you? And what do you want?
Afraid to turn and look at what was standing right behind me. Whoever it was, whatever it was fast and strong like an animal. As I thrashed about to get loose, the video was still flickering on my computer screen. My attacker had me. And I couldn't get loose. I could feel myself flushing and I knew it was only seconds before I was out. Before I lost consciousness.
Done. Dose number 13 administered. Tamara? Shit. Tamara!
Tomorrow's Monsters, starring John Boyega as Jack Locke, Darren Criss as Max Fuller, Marley Shelton as Cass Berkeley, Clark Gregg as Walter Fuller, Sa Ngauja as David Truesdale, Nicholas Dikoski as Finn Connolly, Claire Bronson as Dr. Abby Reynolds, David Chen as Michael Corbin, Suhaila Elatar as Jenna, Victor Rivera as Eddie Bender, Robert Pralgo as Agent Beatty, Steve Coulter as Senator Berkeley, Rhoda Griffiths as Rainey Webb, with additional performances by Helen Abel, Jason Williams, Michael Anthony, Robin Bloodworth, and Teresa Davis. Our first assistant director is Michael Monty. Our second assistant director is Sarah Klein. Sound and music by Ben Lovett. Additional sound design and editing by Benjamin Balcom, Justin Roboski, and Mike Regan. Casting by Jessica Fox Thigpen. Our executive producers are Scott Sheldon, Shelby Thomas, Alexander Williams, and Matthew Frederick. Written by Dan Bush and Nicholas Dikoski. Created by Dan Bush and Connell Byrne. Directed by Dan Bush. Produced by Beau Flynn, Dan Bush, and John Boyega. Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Join me, Chelsea Erson, on Season 3 of my podcast, Dear Young Rocker.
Tune in to hear some of my favorite musicians tell stories from their awkward musical beginnings, reconnect with the teenager they used to be, and remember what it's like to fall in love with your favorite band for the first time. Listen to Dear Young Rocker Season 3 on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Brian Ray, host of On Tour podcast. My music career began as a teenager with Etta James, and most recently with Paul McCartney for 19 years. My friends and I have spent most of our lives traveling the world on some of the biggest tours in history. On this show, nothing's off limits. We're sharing personal stories from our years on the road with the greatest music legends. Listen to On Tour on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm John Ellis.
And I'm Rebecca Darst. We're the hosts of the News Items podcast.
The way we see it, there are three storylines shaping modern life.
The financialization of everything, remarkable advances in science and technology, and a world in disarray.
Join us every Monday through Thursday afternoon as we break down news items that are interesting, important, or both. Plus, interviews with some of the smartest people we know.
Listen to News Items podcast with John Ellis on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Learning from mistakes is important, but don't you prefer to learn from the painful mistakes of others? I'm Tim Harford, host of Cautionary Tales, the podcast that looks for valuable lessons from great crimes and disasters of the past. You'll fly in a doomed airliner hijacked by idiots, witness the world's worst bank robbery, and uncover the deeds of a doctor who paid friendly house calls to his patients while really planning their murders. To subscribe, head to the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you like to listen.
Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions.
June 15th, 11:33 p.m. This is Dr. Cassandra Berkeley. This is case number 1021. Test subject, Max Fuller. Are you sure you want to do this, Max?
It seems a little risky, doesn't it? I get that. But you know, self-experimentation has a long and well-documented history. Benjamin Franklin, Albert Hoffman, Kevin Warwick, to name a few. Anyway, single-subject research is our only option now. Besides, I'm not alone. I have you.
But I'm the only lifeguard on duty.
I trust you.
Okay. 62.5 PRF for 5 seconds. Eyes forward. Deep breath.
When I woke up on the floor of my apartment, I felt like I had been buried in wet sand. I had to peel myself off the cement floor.
Shit.
It took me a few moments to regain focus and find a clock. It was after 1 p.m.
What?
Then I started to catch up with my situation. I had been attacked. I scanned my reflection. No bruises. Except a nasty contusion where my forehead must have collided with the ground when I fell.
Oh, shit. Shit.
I hit a key to wake up the computer and typed in my password. The screensaver vanished and there it was. Abby's box page. Still opened on the desktop. Something was different.
What the hell?
There were missing files, like half of them were gone.
Oh, no, man!
And I tried to play the same file I'd seen the night before from one of the trial sessions with Tamara Jessup. But it wasn't there.
Shit, what's going on?
I looked about my apartment for signs of intrusion.
Morning, Cassandra. You wanted to see me?
What the hell happened to you? You get in a fight?
Yeah, with a towel rack while stepping out the shower.
Walk with me. That can't have helped your headache.
Definitely hasn't.
Well, that's understandable, considering the pressure we're all under after your last conversation with Max.
Okay, look, Cass, I'm not going to take responsibility for...
Plus, you were up late with Finn. Thank you, by the way.
Sure.
What time is your pod leaving?
5:30. So Finn and I are planning to meet up at the hotel lounge to go over the speech one more time, have a couple of edits. I think that'll be good for him.
Here's the thing,
just
Jack.
one thing.
I don't think you should go.
I'm sorry.
I don't think you're up for this.
No. Like I said, it's just a headache. I could manage CES.
I'm not talking about CES.
And what are you talking about?
Letting you go.
Gotcha. Oh, you know Max is the one who hired me.
Max is gone.
And he also signs my checks.
Under current conditions, I have full authority to terminate.
All right, what conditions are that?
Well, one condition is that Max is gone. Another condition is that Max is gone. In part because of you.
All right, hold on.
And I'm not buying your bullshit excuses anymore.
Excuses?
Have you looked at yourself in the mirror lately? You're a mess, Jack. You're obviously not up to this.
Okay, all right, I get it.
Good.
You're blind.
What did you say?
Not only am I up for this, I'm your only hope. Finn will be completely lost without me. He may seem like he's got this, but the truth is he's got a 50-50 chance of puking the minute he steps out on that stage. Now, I need you to look around. I'm the anchor here. He trusts me. And if I don't show up at CES, he's gonna fold like a fucking sock. And you know it.
Okay. That's more like it. You know, I learned a long time ago that people are much more complex than most of us assume. We all have more than one version of ourselves. Sometimes it just takes the right stimulation to bring out the best one. I like this side of you, Jack, but I'm still not convinced that you fully grasp just how important this speech is.
Of course I do.
Because if Finn doesn't absolutely nail this, I mean fucking nail this to the wall, there won't be a Next Corp to come back to.
What's that?
You know what that is.
That's a shut-eye applicator.
Uh-huh. Finn is a brilliant man. His mind works in ways that I cannot fathom. But Finn is not Max. I think you know that. If you want to keep your job, you will need to step up. You will need to be more than a cheerleader. You will need to be Finn's right hand to keep him relaxed and sharp and focused, which means I will need you relaxed and sharp and focused. I need you to be the best version of yourself. This is binary, Jack. You are either with us or you are fired.
I had underestimated my opponent. Cass wasn't blind at all. She'd been watching me all along, waiting in her web like a spider, and now I was trapped. She was 5 moves ahead of me and she knew it. Every outcome was the same. Checkmate. Every outcome except one. My worst possible option was suddenly my only option. Cass had me. Yet the only thing that mattered was the end game. And taking down Next Corp.
Tell me that you understand.
How do I take it?
It's easy. Just hold this to your eye.
Okay.
Relax. I'm going to count down. Ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
To kill a monster, sometimes we have to become one ourselves.
I'm Dr. Laurie Santos. I'm a psychology professor at Yale, and I started to notice that a lot of my students weren't all that happy. So I created a new class.
Welcome, everybody, to Psychology and the Good Life.
It became the biggest class in the history of Yale.
I'm a little bit surprised to see as many of you are here, but that's great.
But it's not just my students who need to understand the science of well-being. And that's why we launched the Happiness Lab, so you can learn about it too. Are you ready to feel happier? Head to the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you like to listen.
How to Citizen with Baratunde is a podcast where we participate in our democracy, invest in our relationships, and harness our people power. And all of that sounds great, but it's so hard to do when we're so divided. In Season 2, we're taking on that division, and not in the cheesy Republicans and Democrats should grab a beer together type of way. No. This season, we're going deeper. We're talking about the money. Because wealth inequality is tearing us apart. And to be real, it's hard to citizen when you can barely pay the bill. I know there's another way. So who's creating the wealth that isn't powered by racism? Who's making it easier for me not to give all my money to Jeff Bezos? And who's making sure people aren't working 3 jobs just to pay rent? This season, we're gonna find out. Listen to How to Citizen with Baratunde on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
How do I take it?
It's easy. Just hold this to your eye.
Okay.
Relax. I'm going to count down. Ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
There was a flash of bright light and then warmth. Gelatin. Like the heat of anesthesia slithering through your veins before it takes you out. But it doesn't take you out, it takes you in. Electricity that seems to start at your extremities and then pulses upward and inward, moving fast, until all the sensation collides not unpleasantly in your scalp. And then this bath of white light, this wash of pressure pulses back outward in a burst of energy. It's a flash that seems to last an eternity, but it's over in the blink of an eye. And I'm back there, where I was, back in the room looking at Cass Berkeley.
How do you feel, Jack?
A hard reboot. Like my mind had been upgraded with a new processor built on dream logic. And the migraine? Well, it's gone.
Hold on. Okay. I'm in a car behind a Del Taco on the way to the loop, but I had to pause for a sec, pull over, get a quiet moment. Can I help you?
Jack Locke.
Yeah, who's asking?
I'm Agent Beatty, HEA. Were you on a call? Looked like you were talking to someone.
Nah, man, just collecting my thoughts, self-meditation. I just needed some air, so I pulled over.
I guess the air behind Del Taco can't be beat.
Yeah, I love the smell of Fiesta bowls in the morning. Were you following me?
Of course I was following you.
I'm sorry, mate. Am I in trouble?
I don't know. Are you?
How can I help you, Agent Beatty?
Do you know what we do at the Human Enhancement Administration?
Yeah, you enforce laws surrounding human enhancement, I assume. But wait, are there any real laws or just a few bills blown around in the chambers of Congress? I just wanted to know.
Your chosen field has grown very quickly. Yeah, and you're correct.
I'd actually tried to go to the HEA and solicit their help a week after Michael's death. But I soon realized I'd have to investigate the matter myself. Sure, the HEA has the power of a federal law enforcement agency. But I soon realized that it was really just a basement operation, newly formed, underfunded, and understaffed. But then they showed up.
All right, so you're the ones who shut down the Shut-Eye trials, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, why?
People were sent to the hospital.
Oh, so you're here to protect people. Nice.
What has Max Fuller told you about your brother?
I'm sorry?
What has he told you about your brother's involvement in Shut Eye?
Nothing. We haven't talked about anything.
He doesn't know you're related.
He doesn't, no.
Why not?
Well, it hasn't come up.
It's curious.
It's personal.
Yeah, I'd say it is. Come on. What exactly are you doing at NextCorp, Jack?
I'm helping develop state-of-the-art technologies that will move mankind forward.
Uh-huh. Well, Jack, do me a favor. Let me know how that goes. That's my card. Oh, yeah, look, if you happen to talk to Dr. Reynolds again, would you get her to return my call? Enjoy CES. Maybe we'll see you there.
Fuck me. Jenna, call Abby.
Calling Dr. Abby Reynolds.
This is Dr. Abby Reynolds. If this is a medical emergency, hang up and dial 911.
Shit.
Otherwise, leave a message.
If I said the next few hours were a blur, well, I'd be lying to you. Now, the hours moved fast for sure on Shut Eye. I remembered every second with a strange clarity. Each scuffle of a shoe on the concrete platform, how the glazed over looks, the rasp in the voice of a gate agent who'd been working too many hours. All the while, I'm just
to be here. To be awake, really awake, sitting in a can, rocketing across the desert. Bloody hell.
Las Vegas. My father loved Vegas. Suckers stacked in every direction, he said. Centuries before neuroscience was even a thing, magicians had already cracked the code on the human brain. They learned through trial and error that they could control what an audience sees or does not see, what they believe or do not believe. Max Fuller was right. Humans are flawed, and it's a con man's job to exploit these flaws. Inaccurate memory, susceptibility to suggestion, the need to perceive cause and effect. Even a small-time hustler relies completely on these vulnerabilities to make a living. As I moved through the casino hotel, it felt like I was stepping into a time warp. Everyone was moving in slow motion except for me. Casinos are designed to make you lose track of time and space. No clocks, no windows, so the suckers won't know how long they've been losing money. A maze with no clear exit. But I was hyper-aware of every second and every step I took deeper into this labyrinth. My mind was involuntarily mapping my way.
Okay, I just passed a man. Looked normal, a little too normal. Shorts, sandals, sunglasses. And now... Oh, shit, yeah. He's following me.
It was a little cold out for shorts and sandals. But then Vegas is like a giant, pressurized space station with its own internal atmosphere to keep the suckers slightly high in the endless labyrinth of slot machines and oxygen bars and poker tables and pancake buffets. You can go for days without ever seeing daylight in Vegas. But this guy's short sleeve button down still had creases in it. Fresh out of his package. And when I got to the elevator, the guy passed by.
Jack, you have 6 missed calls from Finn Connolly.
Bloody hell. I rolled into my hotel about 7 p.m. I was still lit up from the afternoon's dose and probably a hell of a lot less worried than I should have been about prepping Finn to speak in Max's absence. That all changed 5 minutes after I walked into my hotel room.
Hang on, Jesus. Coming. Oh, hey, man.
Ah, hey, man. Were you gonna call me when you got in or what?
Just
the hell
in.
happened to your head?
It's not important.
Look, I think we should rewrite the sort of aspirational section.
Wait, what?
I don't really think I'm
Finn,
selling
you go
it.
on in less than an hour.
It's not really my
You're
thing.
on
You know,
stage
do you
soon.
have your laptop right now?
Are you all right, mate?
No, I'm not all right. I'm getting ready to shit myself here.
Bloody hell.
Do you have your laptop or not?
Yeah, man, hold on.
Finn was effectively having a panic attack that lasted from the hotel into the car and on into the convention center. He was a mess.
Well, we've reached a point in our evolution where, for the first time, we can choose. We can choose. We can choose. Jack, I don't know, man. This bit just still doesn't sing.
Mate,
you know?
it
It's
sounds
gotta
great,
sing,
Finn.
right?
It sounds great. Seriously, it's effective, it's eloquent, on message. And we're really running low on time here. I think you're ready, man. You need to go up and do this.
I just think we can still make a few little minor cuts and just a few. Hey, excuse me, you.
Yes, sir?
What are we looking at time-wise?
3 minutes.
Shit. Okay, thank you. Shit.
Whoa, hey.
I'm not ready for
Look,
this.
it's fine.
Oh, thank God, Cass.
How's it looking?
It's a shit show, Cass.
He's ready. He's just freaked out.
Goddamn right, I'm freaked out. This is absurd.
Finn. Hey, Finn.
What?
You know what's happening right now?
Yeah, I know what's happening. My brain is releasing cortisol, which is raising my heart rate. It's modulating my adrenaline levels,
whoa.
and it is clouding my thinking.
Okay, I need you to
all over
take
the
a
fucking
very
stage, Jack.
deep breath right now. Take a breath. I want you to remember something here.
What?
You don't need to impress anyone. You can't be Max. They don't expect that out of you.
What do they expect?
An awkward geek?
Oh my gosh, no.
That I can do.
It's true, Finn. We're pitching to the money people. And do you know what the money people want to see?
What do the money people want to see?
They want to see the brains of the operation. They want to see the spine. They want to know that there's someone real behind the curtain.
I can't do this.
Cass,
I can't do this. I'm not built
Please just
for
give me a
this.
sec.
Go ahead, Jack.
Hey, how much time do we have?
1 minute.
Finn, look at me. Look at me.
What?
Okay, forget all this. Once Max told me that the only reason NextCorp or Shut-Eye or any of this ever happened was all because of you. Like a project that you were working on, right? The reconnected.
The reconnected mind, yeah.
Right. That said he wasn't even sure if he wanted to continue living anymore after his father had died. But for you.
But for me.
Yes. He came to visit you and he saw something in you that changed him. He saw the look in your eye, that wonder about the mechanics of the universe and the human mind. That's something Max doesn't even have. But mate, you do, because you actually live for this shit. And that's the good stuff. Yeah?
The good stuff.
The good stuff. That is what matters.
The good
that
stuff.
is all that matters. This speech you memorized, everything we wrote, you know what? Just forget it. Just throw it away, man. It's stressing you. You don't need to try to be the most charming person in the room because you already are the most charming person in the room, man. All you need to do is share it. Just walk 20 feet over there and tell them. Tell them about it. About the good stuff.
Right.
Give them the good stuff.
The good stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
At this point, I was starting to come down from the Shut-Eye. I guess that would be the phrase. I definitely felt less bright, and there was a ghost of a headache in the corners of my brain. Just a wisp. I'd have been worried more if the next few moments hadn't wrenched my attention away.
Has dedicated his life to this exact principle. It's my great pleasure to welcome the lead engineer of NextCorp, Mr. Finn Connolly.
Thank you. It's amazing to be in front of you tonight. It's amazing that we live in a world that allows us CES, given the long and fraught history of man and technology. Ever since we first stole fire from the gods, the same question is asked of every technology. Are they more helpful or more hurtful? From language to the printing press to microchips, and the naysayers always have the same argument. With every new technology that we become dependent on for survival, we become weaker as a species. But that is actually short-sighted. It's not that we're dependent on our inventions. It's that we're dependent on our ability to invent. Genetics, AI, nanotech, thoughtware, These are scary words because they feel unknown and they feel dangerous. But this is humankind's next frontier.
And right when he had them, the craziest thing happened. Holy shit. From the shadows on the far end of the stage, a figure emerged, dressed in a black suit, hair swept back and eyes burning.
Well, I'll be damned. Max Fuller, everybody.
Tomorrow's Monsters, starring John Boyega as Jack Locke, Darren Criss as Max Fuller, Marley Shelton as Cass Berkeley, Clark Gregg as Walter Fuller, Sa Ngauja as David Truesdale, Nicholas Dacosky as Finn Connolly, Claire Bronson as Dr. Abby Reynolds, David Chen as Michael Corbin, Suhaila Elatar as Jenna, Victor Rivera as Eddie Bender, Robert Pralgo as Agent Beatty, Steve Coulter as Senator Berkeley, Rhoda Griffiths as Rainey Webb, with additional performances by Helen Abel, Jason Williams, Michael Anthony, Robin Bloodworth, and Teresa Davis. Our first assistant director is Michael Monty. Our second assistant director is Sarah Klein. Sound and music by Ben Lovett. Additional sound design and editing by Benjamin Balcom, Justin Raboski, and Mike Regan. Casting by Jessica Fox Thigpen. Our executive producers are Scott Sheldon, Shelby Thomas, Alexander Williams, and Matthew Frederick. Written by Dan Bush and Nicholas Dacosky. Created by Dan Bush and Connell Byrne. Directed by Dan Bush. Produced by Bo Flynn, Dan Bush, and John Boyega. Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
I'm Dr. Laurie Santos. I'm a psychology professor at Yale, and I started to notice that a lot of my students weren't all that happy. So I created a new class.
Welcome, everybody, to Psychology and the Good Life.
It became the biggest class in the history of Yale.
I'm a little bit surprised to see as many of you are here, but that's great.
But it's not just my students who need to understand the science of well-being. And that's why we launched the Happiness Lab, so you can learn about it too. Are you ready to feel happier? Head to the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you like to listen.
How to Citizen with Baratunde is the podcast where we define the word citizen as a verb. But it's hard to citizen in a country that's so divided. For season 2, we're taking on that division by digging into our economy, because wealth inequality is tearing us apart. So where are the solutions? This season, we're going to find out. Listen to How to Citizen with Baratunde on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Why do you get deja vu? Why are you attracted to symmetrical faces? And why do you listen to songs that bum you out? I'm Dessa, the host of a new podcast, Deeply Human.
When you cry, it can sometimes help you irrigate your emotions.
We were attempting to induce deja vu through virtual reality.
I'm finding out what we all want to know. Why do you do what you do? Deeply Human, a BBC World Service and American Public Media co-production with iHeartMedia. Listen on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Minnie Driver, and in my new podcast, Mini Questions, I explore our differences and our similarities by asking people the same 7 questions. Questions about what makes us happy, what we're curious about, and what love means to us. This season, I'll be speaking with the brilliantly talented actor Viola Davis, epic Foo Fighters frontman Dave Grohl, and investigative reporter Ronan Farrow. Listen and subscribe to Mini Questions on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions.
It's expected. Temperatures have plummeted from New York to Chicago. The winter storm is expected to bring extreme winds and heavy snow. Winter storm warnings and advisories have posted.
Jenna, turn it off. West Virginia now. Heading straight into a blizzard. It started snowing a few minutes ago. Jenna, what time is it?
7:13 a.m., January 8. You've been on the road for 2 days, 14 hours, and 32 minutes.
I'm close to the Indianapolis morning commute, which means the road is going to be buzzing with trooper drones. I have to be so careful now. Max had been missing without a trace for 3 days, and he chose this moment to reappear.
Dangerous. But this is humankind's next frontier.
He stepped out onto the stage and stole the spotlight back from Finn.
Well, I'll be damned. Max Fuller.
What he said. It's true, you know. This is humankind's next frontier. And my father, the late Dr. Walter Fuller, he was its bravest pioneer. Imagine getting a third more out of life. 33% more time. Our greatest resource, greater than energy, food, air, anything really, is simply time. Time to do the things you really care about. And I'm not talking about living longer. No, I'm talking about living better. Fuller. Imagine a world that never sleeps. Literally. Thomas Edison did. And so did my father. And we've been up to something very special at NextCorp. A secret project called Shut-Eye. Secret until now. It's a safe application with one very simple benefit. You never have to sleep again. You see, the plan is not just to launch a new product, but to launch a whole new era. A series of applications that will change the very definition of human being and being human. First, a human without sleep, then a human without fear, then a human with perfect memory, all within reach, and all coming soon. Now, Shut-Eye is just the beginning of our future selves, Humankind 2.0. And I would know.
And then Max took out the Shut-Eye device prototype, held it up to his eye, and fired.
I am the first user. I am the torchbearer that will carry my father's legacy into a new dawn of human enhancement. And I'm here today to tell you that you can pre-order, starting now.
I made my way backstage through the chaos and the cheering crowd. The Shut-Eye was wearing off and the fog was setting in. And behind the curtain, I spotted Finn and Max in the shadow. Finn was pissed.
Holy fucking shit, Max. Pre-order?
Relax. We had to offer something viable to the world. We had to create buzz. Our valuation just skyrocketed.
We are nowhere near ready for this, man.
You need to trust me.
Trust you. You disappeared again, Max.
I had to secure a new partnership.
So you've been getting jacked on my untested beta product, and now you're off there in the shadows making unilateral decisions about partnerships? Making deals about the future of our company. Our company, Max. Without even checking with...
Sit down before you fall down, Finn. You're gonna bust an artery.
Jesus Christ, Max.
Hey, Jack.
Max.
You alright, Jack? Looks like you got a nasty little thing on your forehead.
Yeah, it was a accident. Tripped up on something.
Well, I didn't mean to scare you.
What?
I didn't mean to leave you boys in a lurch. Thanks for working with Finn in my absence. You were put to the test there.
Oh, thanks, really. It's not a thing. Sure, we were worried, but we're just glad to have you back, Max.
Well, apparently not everyone is. Look, I should really get back out there.
Where'd you go?
Look, you've had a long few days, buddy. Probably haven't been sleeping. You need to stay sharp now, Jack. Vigilant. We need to watch each other's backs. So you should go. Get some shut-eye. Call me when you're feeling better.
So he knew. He knew I was on Shahai. And he probably knew that I was soon to be dependent on it. And therefore, dependent on him. It was a calculated risk that I would soon regret. I rushed out of the arena. I was sick to my stomach. I made my long, winding way back through the convention floor as quickly as I could. Through the endless, tireless Vegas maze towards my hotel room. I could feel the full migraine coming in now. Lights were suddenly too bright. Noises too loud. I caught my reflection in the tinted glass walls as I staggered. I barely recognized myself. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being tailed again. When I looked back over my shoulder, I saw nothing but a sea of beaming faces. Everyone I passed seemed like a predator. And now I was moving in slow motion while the rest of the world seemed to spin faster and faster in a blur. I barely made it back to my room. I crawled to the bathroom and dragged my ass to the shower. The ice-cold water was like shock therapy. And for a moment, I was able to regain my focus. I kept replaying Abby Reynolds' face right before she vanished, only hours after Max's own disappearance. And this was a woman who held the key to this company's downfall. And she disappeared moments before its greatest triumph. Nah, man, this wasn't a coincidence. And what do you know? Right then, my phone lit up.
Text message from Dr. Abby Reynolds.
What?
I said, text message from Dr. Abby Reynolds.
Read the message.
Meet me at northwest corner of hotel and alleyway in 15 minutes.
What the? I grabbed my phone. I could barely hold it up. I don't believe in fate, or luck, or magic, or divine providence, or even accidents. The universe has its rules. Cause and effect. A chain of events. I don't believe that my migraine was a coincidence. Or was it a coincidence that I spotted the small gift-wrapped package sitting by the sink? The nausea was surging back as I reached for it. The card just read, "Good work, Cass." I ripped the package open. It was a Shahai applicator. First I tried to drop it in the shower, but my fingers wouldn't let it go. My body was working independently of me, like I was a puppet. I turned it over in my hand and raised it to my eye. And I took my second dose of Shahai. A sudden flood of dopamine to my brain. The euphoria was instant.
Holy shit.
My brain's reward system launched. The world seemed to sparkle and shine. The air smelled like Christmas. My face tingled. Upon my second dose, the sickness evaporated and I was hyper alert.
Holy shit.
Jenna, reply to Abby Reynolds.
How would you like me to reply?
Tell her I'm on my way.
If you like true crime, check out the new podcast, Good Assassins, Hunting the Butcher. Part spy story, part detective case. It's the true tale of a secret mission to hunt down a savage Nazi murderer and assassinate him, delving deeply into the pulse-pounding undercover operation. Listen to Good Assassins, Hunting the Butcher on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts. Join the hunt.
Hi, I'm Phil Donahue.
And I'm Marlo Thomas.
We fell in love on live television, right there on my show. Not long after we got married, and that was more than 40 years ago.
Now on our new podcast, Double Date, we visit the homes of our favorite long-married celebrity couples.
We share intimate conversations about enduring love and all its challenges. Family, career, conflict, addiction, illness, jealousy. Everything a couple can face.
And you'll hear those personal and often hilarious stories that all married people like to tell. From couples like Viola Davis and Julius Tenen, Neil Patrick Harris and David Burka, Kelly Ripa and Mark Consuelos, Judge Judy and Jerry Scheinlin, and so many more. We can't wait to share some of the laughs and tears and revelations that we had with these remarkable spouses.
Listen to Double Date on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I got to the alley early, but as I turned into it, I realized I was being followed again.
God damn it.
Now, my tail was about a block behind me, his long, dark shadows stretching towards me. I slipped into the alley behind a dumpster and waited.
I know you're back here, Mr. Locke.
Shit.
We've been keeping an eye on you, but we're not the only ones. You're in danger. We're not trying to hurt you, we're trying to help you. Will you please step out here? We need to fill you in.
It's hard to explain what happened next.
Mr. Locke? Is that you?
Another figure appeared in the alleyway and strolled casually up to my tail. Then attacked him.
Who are you? Stop!
It happened fast. It was dark, but I could see the reflection of blood on faces. The man really had no chance against his attacker, who brutally slammed this man's head down over and over again. Then the attacker stood, facing away from me into the dark. He began neatly wiping his hands with his handkerchief before adjusting his cufflinks and popping his bloody knuckles. Then he left. Strolled away just as casually as he had come. I waited for a moment before creeping out and checking on the man who had been following me. He was now unconscious and blood everywhere. Jenna.
Yes, Jack?
Call 911. And then, it took me a moment to find where the sound was coming from. I picked it up, and my blood ran cold. I only knew it was Abby Reynolds' phone because of the picture on the home screen. Abby holding a white rat. And then an incoming message. Pictures. Pictures of me. Pictures that had just been taken in that very moment, standing over the bleeding man. A federal agent, barely clinging to life. I'd been set up. I didn't stick around to find out what happened next. I called 911 for help and took off as soon as the paramedics arrived.
Excuse me, out the way, out the way. Right.
Please leave your message.
Max is our man. Hey, I had to run. I had to just get back for some personal stuff. Just call me, man. Yeah.
time I arrived back in San Francisco, I was beginning to crash again. The signs of a shut-eye withdrawal were now familiar. I was bleary-eyed and already feeling the edges of a migraine. I almost wasn't prepared for the voicemail that I got when I turned my phone back on.
Missed call from Agent Beatty.
This is Agent Beatty, HEA. I need you to call me immediately upon getting this message. It's regarding one of my guys at CES, one of our agents. I want to know why he's in the ICU with a crushed skull and 2 broken arms shortly after making contact with you.
Oh, shit.
Jack, you better have something real fucking good.
And then, I saw it again. The grey van, speeding in the opposite direction. It almost fucking hit me. I spun around to watch it careen down the block behind us. And then, it happened again. What the? Same grey van zoomed past. It was a replay. It meant I was crashing. The universe glitching. I was so distracted that I almost didn't even register what was next. The real kicker. What the hell? Oh my god.
Hey!
Oh my god.
Sir, you can't go in there. Get back.
That's my building.
Stay behind the
Wait,
line.
that's my apartment. That's my home.
Well, lucky for you, you're not in it right now.
The official story was an electrical fire. I think at this point we can all agree that this is not what happened. January 6th, 3 p.m. My apartment is gone. It is gone. I'm standing here and... Finn, hey.
Hey, there's an all-hands-on-deck meeting in 20 minutes, Jack.
Wait, you're back, yeah?
Yeah, I took a jet. Where the hell are you? You're back in town, right?
Yeah, just,
You alright?
Yeah. I'm on my way. Hey, Jana.
Yes, Jack?
Call a car.
What destination?
Next Corp.
Your car to Next Corp will arrive in 2 minutes.
The building was humming when I walked in. Hey, Jack, how you doing?
Hey, Jack.
Hey.
Hey, man. Max really knocked it out the park, huh?
Yep.
Great work, Jack.
Thank you.
Hey, Jack.
Hey.
Big week.
Yep, big week, mate.
Well, here's the conquering hero back from the wars.
Hey, Eddie.
How was it?
No, it was something, man.
You look like you went pretty hard. Really leaning into the Vegas thing, huh?
Yeah, man.
Well, pound some coffee, my man. Max has called us all into the bullpen. He just got in. Big announcement, looks like. Shit's moving, man.
When?
Now. See you in there.
I wasn't in the headspace for the sort of energy exuding from the building that afternoon. 3 solid days awake. And last time I slept was because I'd been choked out. And since I woke up face down on the floor of my apartment, I'd taken 2 doses of shut-eye, traveled over 2,000 kilometers across Death Valley and back, was framed for the assault of a federal agent, and fled the scene of the crime only to find my apartment engulfed in flames when I arrived home. I was a wreck. I could feel myself getting sick. What's more, I could feel the migraine coming back, like it never left. Probably should have checked in at the clinic, but let's be honest. I needed Cass. I needed another hit of shut-eye. So I went to Next Corp. I wish I hadn't.
Okay, thank you, everybody, thank you, please.
It was a bloodbath.
I guess you were all following the events at CES. You probably heard a lot of rumors as well then, that we had some interest in our projects from investors, both public and private. We're not going to discuss that today, and we have decided a different direction to move in. As of this afternoon, I will be meeting with each department head individually to discuss the termination of 75% of our workforce.
Oh my god.
Max, what the hell are you doing?
We'll meet separately, Finn. Just give me a second.
Jesus Christ, Max.
We do thank you for your service thus far, and we'll be offering the individuals let go generous severance packages based on length of service and pay grade.
What are you doing?
Your department heads will have further information for you as the week continues. Thank you. Finn, Cass, Jack, with me. Thank you all.
Did you, Finn?
I have
don't
no
understand.
idea, Jack. I just got in here a minute ago.
It felt like the whole world was coming apart at the seams. Total chaos. Just then, a disgruntled employee stepped up to Max.
Your department heads will have more information later.
That's not good enough, Max.
Step away. Don't get off!
And punched him. And then Max retaliated.
Whoa, back! Back! What are you doing?
You will wait until you hear from your department heads.
Jesus Christ, Max.
Eddie, would you take care of this man?
Who the hell are you?
Cass, Finn, Jack. Now, please.
Through the thick haze of my headache, through the grind of the shut-eye crash, I couldn't help but clock Max's strange stoop as he retaliated. That lightning speed with which he put down his attacker, or the animal grunt as his fists met the man's jaw. It was fast and brutal, and most of all, the way he adjusted his cufflinks immediately after the attack. I'd seen it in the alleyway the night before.
Jesus Christ, Max, what the hell are you doing? You can't just fire 3/4 of our people without so much as an explanation.
I need you to calm down.
Calm down, Max. Calm down. These people have been with us for years, Max.
Are you okay, Jack? Jack, I'm talking to you. What's wrong with you?
I need to...
Jack?
I'm having... I'm having...
You're having trouble talking?
Mm-hmm.
It's probably a crash.
What? Have you been giving him shut-eye?
Oh, don't look at me.
That is grossly irresponsible.
It was at this point
Jack? Oh, whoa!
that I passed out.
Tomorrow's Monsters, starring John Boyega as Jack Locke, Darren Criss as Max Fuller, Marley Shelton as Cass Berkeley, Clark Gregg as Walter Fuller, Sa Ngauja as David Truesdale, Nicholas Dukowski as Finn Connolly, Claire Bronson as Dr. Abby Reynolds, David Chen as Michael Corbin, Suhaila Elatar as Jenna, Victor Rivera as Eddie Bender, Robert Pralgo as Agent Beatty, Steve Coulter as Senator Berkeley, Rhoda Griffiths as Rainey Webb, with additional performances by Helen Abel, Jason Williams, Michael Anthony, Robin Bloodworth, and Teresa Davis. Our first assistant director is Michael Monty. Our second assistant director is Sarah Klein. Sound and music by Ben Lovett. Additional sound design and editing by Benjamin Balcom, Justin Roboski, and Mike Regan. Casting by Jessica Fox Thigpen. Our executive producers are Scott Sheldon, Shelby Thomas, Alexander Williams, and Matthew Frederick. Written by Dan Bush and Nicholas Dukowski. Created by Dan Bush and Connell Byrne. Directed by Dan Bush. Produced by Beau Flynn, Dan Bush, and John Boyega. Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
I'm Minnie Driver, and in my new podcast, Mini Questions, I explore our differences and our similarities by asking people the same 7 questions. Questions about what makes us happy, what we're curious about, and what love means to us. This season, I'll be speaking with the brilliantly talented actor Viola Davis, epic Foo Fighters frontman Dave Grohl, actor and writer Alan Cumming, wonderful female director Sam Taylor Johnson, and investigative reporter Ronan Farrett, among others. In gathering different answers to the same questions from a variety of people, I wanted to examine how we're similar and also how we're individual, what inspires us, what makes us grow, what makes us wonder. Listen and subscribe to Mini Questions on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it seems like real talk and deep conversations just aren't happening anymore. But that's about to change. Join international comedy star Russell Peters on Culturally Cancelled, the Laugh Out Loud podcast featuring candid conversations with celebrity guests. Russell keeps it real by bringing guests into his own backyard, where they can really let their guard down.
Well, the problem is,
they base
Russell,
it on one
you
of
good looking and rich. Don't nobody like you.
You're average looking and rich.
Okay.
The money make them better looking, like anybody.
Oh,
no, look at Lil Wayne. I'm just saying, I'm using that for an example.
You may even get an inside peek into life at Russell's place.
It's Russell's house for you, though. Anybody knows that I always say this. You never know who's going to be at Russell's house. It is, you look over and you be like, is that Flo from Progressive?
Listen to Culturally Cancelled with Russell Peters on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
What's up, you mother suckers? This is your African king of comedy, Michael Blackson, here to share some exclusive information about my must-listen new podcast, Mother Sucker Podcast with Michael Blackson. And we cannot forget my co-host.
This is Chinese best friend. Thanks, Mike.
That's right. Chinese best friend, along with me, is going to be up the chain. You don't want to miss it. You can find Mother Sucker with Michael Blackson on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, hey, you. It's Nicole Lapin, New York Times bestselling author, the only financial expert you don't need a dictionary to understand, and now the host of the new iHeartRadio daily podcast, Money Rehab. So here's the deal. I'm going to rehab your money so that you can get your financial life together once and for all. Invest your time in listening to Money Rehab. I promise you the ROI will be worth it. And if you don't know what that means, then you should definitely subscribe. Find Money Rehab on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions.
Watching someone drown is horrifying. In the first stage, the victim holds their breath until the urge to breathe becomes overwhelming. Depending on the amount of activity occurring, thrashing in the water, the heart rate, this stage can last anywhere from a couple of seconds to a couple of minutes. Inevitably, the urge to breathe becomes unbearable and the victim's free will evaporates. And so, it breathes in the water. The thing it believes will allow it to survive will, in fact, kill it. And this part only stops when the brain stops.
You were dreaming about the incident from your childhood?
This was different. This was someone else. It was a woman. Her head was forced under the water. Someone was drowning her. And I just stood there, watching. It kept repeating, playing over and over and over again.
Doesn't surprise me. You missed 2 doses, Max. And when you finally crashed, your brain had a lot of housekeeping to do all on its own. You can't be missing doses like that.
Okay, sure, Cass, I get that, but you're a psychiatrist. A dream like that, what do you think it, represents?
Dreams are how our brains process emotion. Nightmares represent repressed fears like powerlessness or loss of control.
This didn't feel like a representation. It was vivid, lucid. It felt real.
I'll bet. That kind of activity in your subconscious indicates it's processing at an accelerated rate. It's your brain activated at a high level, racing to catch up. It's a symptom of withdrawal, Max. Your dreams are going to be a little frightening if you go cold turkey.
How do I make them stop?
Well, eyes forward. Deep breath. Are you back now?
Yeah. I'm back.
And Is it done?
Yeah. It's done.
Good boy.
Waterloo, Virginia. About an hour and a half from Arlington, depending on how much this storm slows me down. After Max's speech at CES, the value of NextCorp's initial coin offering skyrocketed. Over 5 million people tried to pre-order Shut-Eye, and NextCorp's website crashed. And the offers were pouring in. One VC offered $400 billion, and Max turned it down. Because in the days leading up to CES, Max Fuller had been up to something big. And now Shut-Eye was about to fall into someone else's hands. You see, Max had been offered an ungodly sum by someone to acquire his startup and release his products to the masses, whether they were safe or not. It would have to have been someone gigantic, someone with the resources, the funding to roll out Shut-Eye on a massive scale, without having to worry about regulations at all. By the time I made it back to San Francisco, Max was already gutting all the departments at NextCorp, laying off over 75% of all NextCorp employees. Only the critical staff remained. Afterwards, Max called a private meeting in Cassandra's office. That's when I crashed.
Holy shit, is he alright?
Jack.
I'd been lying there passed out for exactly 3 minutes.
Jack?
My hidden mic was recording the entire time.
We need to call an ambulance.
Cass, get Eddie in here. Hey, Jack. Jack, wake up.
Should we call an ambulance?
I doubt that's necessary.
Well, is he breathing?
Finn, if he wasn't breathing, I'd call a damn ambulance, wouldn't I?
Well, how's his pulse? Is he feverish?
He's fine, Finn. It's probably just withdrawal.
What is wrong with the two of you?
Finn, come now.
No. I held my tongue after the trials, Max, when you started testing on yourself. Because it was your goddamn body, Max, and you knew the risk.
He knows the risk.
Save it, Cassandra. We were all on the straight and narrow before you inserted yourself into this.
Oh.
What do you have to gain, Cass, that I don't know about? Yeah, what do you have to gain?
Oh, I have a lot to
You've
gain.
said fire
And
to your
so do you, and I have
Hippocratic
a lot to
oath,
lose,
and you're
and so do
happily
you.
setting time bombs inside of every brain that challenges you. Well, guess what? You're not getting into mine. You can both go straight to hell and expect to hear from my lawyers if I decide that I'm forgiving enough not to go straight to the goddamn HEA with this.
Finn!
Let him go.
He can tear everything down.
No, he can't.
If anyone gets a hold of our records.
Cass, listen to me. Listen to me. Shut up.
Okay.
Hi. Yeah, it's Mr. Fuller. I need security to immediately intercept Mr. Connolly and remove him from the building.
Mr. Connolly?
That's right.
Yes, sir. We'll be right there.
Thank you. That's Eddie. Are you calm yet?
I am. Eddie,
You need me?
it's Jack.
Holy shit. What happened?
Withdrawal.
From Shut-Eye?
Oh, spare us the theatrics. Eddie, I already got a whole earful from Finn. Just check to make sure he didn't split his goddamn skull, okay?
Yeah, his pupils look normal. Where'd he hit?
Back of the head.
No blood. He'll probably have a crick in his neck from the way you had him lying.
Can you do anything?
For what? His headache?
No, his cholesterol. Can you wake him up?
Jack! Jack! Jack!
Fine, Eddie. That'll be fine. We're good.
Are we gonna talk about my department?
Sure. They're fired. Except you if you want to stay.
Jesus.
Them's the breaks, kiddo.
Are you going to dose him?
Yes, I'm going to head to the meeting.
All right.
You can deal with the rest.
Yes? Yep.
Max,
Thank you so much, Eddie.
You're welcome.
There you go.
Oh, shit.
Jack, hey.
His pulse is a little high. How you feeling, Jack?
That'll be all, Eddie. Thank you.
Cassandra?
Yes?
You can all go to hell.
Thank you, Eddie.
How long was I out?
Long enough to miss the fireworks.
Fireworks?
Oh, and there was a call for you. I told them you were out, but you may want to check your voicemail. They very badly wanted to talk to you.
What fireworks? What happened?
Well, you tell me, Jack. How much shut-eye have you been taking and how often?
Just what you gave me.
Oh, shit.
So a side effect is that it makes the problem that it's trying to fix worse.
It regulates hormones on your behalf. If you don't recharge the nanites at regular intervals, they go offline, and so your body loses that delicate balance. And you crash.
You may want to put that on the label.
Your opinion has been noted.
What was Eddie so pissed about?
Well, you were out cold. We fired his entire department.
Wait, what?
I can understand why he's upset, but when Max makes a decision...
We fired everyone.
Yeah, in his department. Don't worry, Jack. You still have a job. Max's orders.
Where is Max?
He had to run. There's quite a bit going on.
And Finn? Well, he was okay with this?
Of course not. He quit.
He quit?
It was all quite dramatic. He stormed out of the building. You should have been here. Well, here and awake. Now, if you'll excuse me, Jack, Max has created quite a bit of paperwork. I think you'll find you've got your share of work cut out for you, too. Oh! I have something for you.
More shy.
Enough for you to ramp down over the coming days. As you can see, you don't want to go cold turkey on this.
Okay. How?
I guess half the dose every time the headaches come back.
You guess?
When and if you need more, see me.
When I finally did check my voicemail, I got the answer as to why Abby Reynolds didn't meet me in the alleyway.
This is Detective Charles of the San Francisco PD Homicide Unit. We're investigating the drowning death of Dr. Abby Reynolds.
Oh my God.
We understand that you may be the last person to have seen her alive. If you could call me.
Hey, it's Joe Buck and Oliver Hudson, and we have a podcast called Daddy Issues, a production of iHeartRadio and Cavalry Audio. On the show, we talk about being dads and friends and parenting and everything that's going on in our lives as working fathers.
Join us every Thursday for brand new episodes. We have a ton of exciting guests, hilarious segments coming up that you're not going to want to miss. Listen to Daddy Issues on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, this is Joe Piazza, host of the Committed Podcast. Who is ready for season 6 of Committed? I am the only podcast that gives you a look into the raw, intimate, hilarious, and often heartbreaking stories of real marriage. It's cheaper than marriage therapy, and it will make you a lot happier. Doing the Committed Podcast lets me see other couples doing hard things. And if they can do hard things, then I realize I can do hard things too. Or things that are not so hard, like just be nice to my freaking husband. We have had more than 100 episodes of the Committed Podcast with nearly 7 million downloads. 7 million. It's a lot of people listening to this podcast. You should be one of them. Committed Season 6 will be launching on April 14th. So be sure to subscribe and share Committed with all of the people you think need marriage counseling. You can listen to the Committed Podcast on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I had to find Finn. If he was out, that meant he was vulnerable. Maybe even in a position to come clean. I was still working out my game, my strategy of how to get a confession out of him, when I caught up with him. I thought I might find you here.
What the hell do you want?
I'm sorry, Finn, man. I need to tell you something.
Beat it, Jack. I'm on level 13 and I can't chit-chat right now.
You have to trust me, Finn.
I'm sorry. What? Why would I trust you, Jack? Of all people.
Well, because I've
No. Enough. Look, I want to trust you, Jack. Because despite all of your bullshit and your lies, you're actually a pretty cool...
Finn, I need to explain this.
Damn it! Vegas, you helped me. Not just the speech, which would have been really good thanks to you, but you reminded me of a part of myself I'd forgotten. You reminded me who I really am. Which is a geek. Obsessed with antique arcade games, and sci-fi, and psychedelics, and the mechanics of the human brain. An endearing uber nerd. Instead of what I become. Which is a mad scientist whose body hacking startup is about to evolve millions of humans into machines. Which brings me back to the reason I can't trust you, Jack. Even if you really are a cool dude deep down inside, I can't trust you because right now, you have a swarm of tiny robots in your brain.
Finn?
No, listen, no shit. An alien fleet of space invaders inside your skull, converging in clusters across millions of synapses and bombing the shit out of them. And they're all programmed to light up your endocrine system on command, from your hypothalamus all the way down to your testicles, my friend. It's taking control of your body's communication hub, but instead of using nerves to transmit information, it uses your blood. It's a hormone delivery system. Dopamine, oxytocin, testosterone, adrenaline, serotonin, cortisol, and so on and so on. It's controlling your brain. You understand that, don't you? And guess who owns the aliens, Jack?
X-Corp?
Bingo. When you took Shut-Eye, Jack, you handed Cassandra Berkeley a joystick to your brain.
Oh, wait, I thought Shut-Eye was just a sleep regulator.
Shut-Eye isn't about keeping you awake, it's about keeping you connected. Shut-Eye can be used to make you happy or sad, it can give you a raging hard-on, or it can make you want to jump off of a building. Jack, Shut-Eye is mind control. And somehow, with all of our hard work, you and me just helped Max Fuller convince over 1 million people to order it.
That's when I saw it. Through the back window. The grey van.
We have to leave.
What? Leave? I just got my highest score.
Finn, we have to leave this place right now.
I'm not going anywhere with you, Jack, all right?
How long has it been following you?
What? Who's following?
Whoever's in the grey van behind you in the back alley.
What grey van?
Jesus Christ, man.
Those space invaders must really be doing a job
listen
on
to
you,
me.
Jack, because you're getting paranoid.
Listen to me, man. The van has been following me. And whoever's in it is dangerous.
Bullshit! You are losing it, man.
No, I met Abby Reynolds. I met Abby.
Okay.
Max wanted me to give her a payout, but I never could. When I came back to our table from the register, Abby was gone. Disappeared.
And the guys in the grey van got her.
Yes, and a few hours ago I got back from Vegas only to see my apartment building on fire. My home in flames. And you know what else I saw there?
The grey van?
Yes, Finn, they almost got me. Just like they got Tamara Jessup and April Knight and Michael Corbin.
How the hell do you know about our test subjects?
Remember them, Finn? They were the first humans to test your shit out on themselves, man. But they are dead now because someone got to them.
No. There's no direct correlation between the trials and the
all right. So I suppose you're going to say that Abby Reynolds' death was a coincidence too?
What?
Yeah, man. Yesterday.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Mr. Cross, this is Detective Charles of the San Francisco PD Homicide Unit. We're investigating the drowning death of Dr. Abby Reynolds. We understand that you may be the last person to have seen her alive. If you could,
Oh my God.
Now, are you ready to drop your bullshit denial routine? Because I hope you are. You can't dodge this anymore. And you can't rationalize your way through it. You can't convince yourself everything's gonna be fine. You made this thing. This is your atom bomb. You know what the truth is? I'm the only person you can trust anymore. Because I know, Finn. I know everything. I know about the rats and the cover-ups and the human trials gone bad. And like you, I know that Shut-Eye, your brainchild, is dangerous. And if NextCorp, your company, lets it get into the wrong hands, a lot more people are gonna die. But we don't have much time because whoever's in that fucking grey van isn't here for some Street Fighter 2 championship. Now get up!
Okay. Meet me at my place, the rooftop garden. I'll tell you everything.
I stepped off the elevator and saw Finn sitting at the far end of the rooftop garden on the ledge. I approached him cautiously. You okay?
Don't worry, I'm not gonna jump. I just wanted to feel it. That feeling. That pull. It's a strange phenomenon. Even though I'm a mentally stable person, I still have the thought, what if I just did it? What if I just jumped? The French call it l'appel du vide, the call of the void. Stare into the abyss, it stares back.
Finn, I have some questions. And I need straight answers.
Okay.
The trials. How did you select the participants? Surely you knew several of the individuals in the sample group were high risk. Why didn't you screen for PTSD, genetic disposition, for schizophrenia?
No, we didn't screen out high probability candidates, Jack. We enlisted them. We used them.
What?
We needed a clear vantage point for the causality of adverse effects, the potential for increases in neurotoxicity across that particular demographic.
Wait, what is this? A cult? When did Cass brainwash you? You would agree to continue working on this? When the dangers...
Because I had to! I was the only voice of reason. I was the last best hope for making Shut-Eye safe. And I have.
What?
I've done it.
Done what, exactly?
Made it safe, Jack. A kill switch. I've been working on it in secret. I knew we needed a governor in the system.
And
I finally found it. It was in the delivery system. I solved the problem with Walter Fuller's nanites. I just reprogrammed them with a simple regulator. A kill switch.
How so?
Well, if the nanites detect a sudden surge of cortisol levels in the brain, they just shut off.
And this worked?
I think so. We need to go to the lab to see.
The lab?
I started a new trial. New rats. 13 days ago.
So you know it works?
Well, I suppose if the rats haven't eaten each other yet, Jack, then it works.
And if they haven't?
Then all we need to do is get the kill switch into Max's brain, and maybe we can get him back.
Wow. You knew all this time?
What?
You knew that Max was changing.
It wasn't clear at first. I mean, mood swings, yeah, but Max has always had those. And then one day, we were talking and he just looked at me differently, like there was someone else in the house, you know? I was already developing the kill switch, but that made me work a lot faster.
So where's he gonna be?
Well, that part's easy. He'll be in Arlington, Virginia in 3 days.
Why?
He's signing everything over to the new owners of NextCorp. The new owners of Shut-Eye. I can put up a legal fight, but that's only gonna stall him.
Nah, that won't be necessary if we can get Max back.
We'll fly out tomorrow.
Alright, you have the antidote? It's here with you?
No, that is the hard part. It's in my lab, in my desk. I need to get back there before they confiscate everything.
Well, they can do that?
Technically, it's company property. I should go now, while there's still a chance.
Okay, then go. Check your rats, get the antidote, and call me.
Well, where are you going?
I know someone who can help. I'll meet you back here.
Jack. Watch your back.
You too.
Jenna, call Agent Beatty.
Dialing Agent Beatty.
Come on, pick up.
You've reached Special Agent Beatty with the Human Enhancement Administration. Don't forget to leave your number, folks.
It's Jack. Jack Locke, I got your message. We need to meet in person. There is a lot you need to know. I'm heading your way now.
Had fallen. He was lying atop a crushed delivery van. His body was shattered, twisted, bleeding from everywhere. His limbs and neck were bent at impossible angles. His bloody fingers reaching upward towards the night sky. The life was fading from him. And in his eyes, I could see the horrified confusion of a creature that didn't quite grasp what had happened to it. It wasn't until I stepped a few feet closer that my mind allowed the recognition of the dying man's face. It was Finn. He was just staring ahead, into the abyss. He almost looked peaceful as the terror faded and the light flickered out of his eyes. I backed away, and I turned to leave the scene when I saw him standing there. David Truesdale. The combat veteran from the homeless shelter. The guy Abby told me to interview. He just stepped out of the elevator in the lobby of Finn's building, moments after Finn's body dropped. David Truesdale, one of the volunteers of the Next Corp trials, along with my brother, Michael. He was drenched in sweat. His pupils were dilated more like an animal than a man. Then his eyes locked on mine, and he started walking towards me, walking fast. So I ran. And looking back over my shoulder, I saw him getting into the driver's seat of his grey van. The grey van. Now I knew who it belonged to. Truesdale. He cranked it up, hit the gas, and peeled out after me. I ran like hell.
Tomorrow's Monsters, starring John Boyega as Jack Locke, Darren Criss as Max Fuller, Marley Shelton as Cass Berkeley, Clark Gregg as Walter Fuller, Sa Ngauja as David Truesdale, Nicholas Dukosky as Finn Connolly, Claire Bronson as Dr. Abby Reynolds, David Chen as Michael Corbin, Suhaila Elatar as Jenna, Victor Rivera as Eddie Bender, Robert Pralgo as Agent Beatty, Steve Coulter as Senator Berkeley, Rhoda Griffiths as Rainey Webb, with additional performances by Helen Abel, Jason Williams, Michael Anthony, Robin Bloodworth, and Teresa Davis. Our first assistant director is Michael Monty. Our second assistant director is Sarah Klein. Sound and music by Ben Lovett. Additional sound design and editing by Benjamin Balcom, Justin Roboski, and Mike Regan. Casting by Jessica Fox Thigpen. Our executive producers are Scott Sheldon, Shelby Thomas, Alexander Williams, and Matthew Frederick. Written by Dan Bush and Nicholas Dukosky. Created by Dan Bush and Connell Byrne. Directed by Dan Bush. Produced by Beau Flynn, Dan Bush, and John Boyega. Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Are you interested in life lived close to the land?
Are you interested in conservation, biology, or hunting? Then listen to the Bear Grease podcast with me, Clay Newcomb, as I'll explore the culture, traditions, and history of rural America. I'll dive in deep with biologists.
They're going to go and they're going to set up shop where food is available, where it's the easiest, and where there's the most of it.
Anthropologists.
When do we believe that dogs were first domesticated?
20,000 years is like the genetic signatures for a dog up here.
And hillbillies.
It's a pretty incredible privilege to be a backwoodsman in 2020.
I can't imagine anything else, really.
To learn about human nature and our ancient connection to the land.
Listen to the Bear Grease podcast on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's comedian Nikki Glazer. I can't wait for you to listen to my new show, The Nikki Glazer Podcast, from the Big Money Players Network and iHeartRadio, with my best friend and roommate, Andrew Collin.
Hey, it's me, Andrew.
He's hilarious, and no, we are not,
cooking.
iHeartRadio is #1 for podcasts. You can always find the Nikki Glazer Podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Oh, God.
These days, it seems like real talk and deep conversations just aren't happening anymore. But that's about to change. Join international comedy star Russell Peters on Culturally Cancelled, the Laugh Out Loud podcast featuring candid conversations with celebrity guests. Russell keeps it real by bringing guests into his own backyard, where they can really let their guard down.
Well, the problem is,
they base
Russell,
it on one
you
of
good looking and rich. Don't nobody like you.
You're average looking and rich.
Okay.
The money make them better looking, like anybody.
Oh,
no, look at Lil Wayne. I'm just saying, I'm using that for an example.
You may even get an inside peek into life at Russell's Place.
It's Russell's house for you, though. Anybody knows that I always say this. You never know who's going to be at Russell's house. It is, you look over and you be like, is that Flo from Progressive?
Listen to Culturally Cancelled with Russell Peters on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Carrie Champion, the host of a brand new podcast, Naked with Carrie Champion, on the Black Effect Podcast Network. I'll be asking some of the greatest in sports and entertainment to remove the veil and get naked. Being naked on this podcast means describing life-altering events and circumstances that help shape who the person you love has essentially become. Naked with Carrie Champion is available now on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcast, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions.
Stood there momentarily paralyzed by the sight of Finn Connolly's body, embedded in the roof of a delivery van. He had fallen over 30 meters to his death. I backed up, then turned to walk away to remove myself from the scene, and then I saw him standing there. David Truesdale. His eyes fixed on me. He started walking towards me, walking fast. So I ran like hell. And looking back over my shoulder, I saw him getting into the driver's seat of his grey van. The grey van. I was running fast down a narrow lane, looking back over my shoulder to see if he was coming. And sure enough, he was bearing down on me. That's when I crashed. Ran straight into a trash can and damn near flipped over it. She's coming. I kept moving. I scampered back, then I quickly crawled into the fence-lined parking lot on my left. I stayed low and moved between the cars. Then I slipped underneath one of the cars to hide. up in front of the parking lot and stepped out of the grey van. He left the engine running. Then he moved through the parking lot looking for me, hunting me.
I thought you were gonna give me a generous judgment, Jack Rock.
His black boots scraping on the pavement as he came closer and closer.
How's that class action suit working out for you?
I held my breath as he moved past me.
Thought that American accent was a little funny. You were clever. I'll give you that.
Then, I made a break for it. I slipped out from under the car on the other side and crawled along the fence line, back to the opposite side of the car lot, staying low and out of sight. I waited until he had his back turned. And then, I made a break for the grey van.
You're a clever one. Can't run forever.
I gunned it. And this time, I didn't look back.
Jack, the speed limit on Arcadia Boulevard is 35 miles per hour, not 75 miles per hour.
Jenna, shut up! Christ. Finn. Oh my gosh, Finn Conley. Finn Conley is dead. Push from the rooftop of his building by David Truesdale. Jenna, set course for Next Corp.
Setting course for Next Corp.
Finn said he designed a kill switch in secret, an antidote to deactivate the nanites and turn off the mind app. He had tested it on a batch of strung-out rats in his lab, but he didn't know if it worked or not. I had to get to Next Corp to see. If it worked, then his kill switch was my only hope.
Jenna, how long until we get there?
15 minutes.
Like hell! Jenna, dial Agent Beatty.
Dialing.
All right, pick up.
You've reached Special Agent Beatty
Ah,
with the Human
shit!
Enhancement Administration. Don't forget to leave your number, folks.
Beatty, it's Jack. I need to talk to you. It's about Finn Conley. Finn Conley, he's about to blow the whistle on Next Corp, on Max Fuller, on Shut-Eye, the whole thing. But now he's dead too. Now please, I need you to call me as soon as possible. We don't have much time.
Jack, this sounds urgent. Do you want me to mark it as urgent?
Yeah, sure, that would be great.
Message sent.
Shit.
Incoming call from Agent Beatty.
Beatty, it's Jack. They got to him, they got to Finn, and now they're after me.
Jack? Glad you called. Are you okay, kid? Jack.
Wait, who is this?
Oh, we're just glad you're alive. Now, when can you get here?
Where is Agent Beatty?
That's not important, Jack. What is important is that you are safe. Now, we need you to come on in.
I only want to talk to Agent Beatty.
Jack, we need your help. And frankly, you need ours. Just tell us where you are.
What happened to Beatty?
He's out.
He's out?
Correct. Beatty is no longer with the agency, but that's not what matters.
No longer with the agency?
Correct. Look, he briefed us on everything, Jack.
Us?
Yes, he briefed me on everything, and I need you to come in immediately so I can help you. Do you understand?
Call ended.
January 6th, 11:15. This is Dr. Cassandra Berkeley, case number 1021, test subject Max Fuller. Today we are doing 3 exposures, 75 PRF for 1 second each. Eyes forward. Deep breath. He's here. You ready?
You think your uncle will come through?
He doesn't have a choice.
And why is that?
Let's just say that offering hard candy to little girls on Snapchat is not a good look if you want to get reelected.
Nice.
I'll get him.
Come in.
Max, this is Senator Robert Berkeley.
Senator Robert Berkeley. I used to be Uncle Baba to you. That's what she used to call me when she was a little girl. She couldn't say Uncle Robert, so I became Uncle Baba.
And Uncle Robert, this is Max Fuller.
Pleasure's all mine, Senator. Thank you for your time.
Well, Cassie has spoken very highly of you. Besides, I knew your father. Walter and I were on a congressional committee once, at least a decade ago. He was a great man. You've got some big shoes to fill.
Indeed. Cass here has spoken very highly of you as well, sir. You're her favorite uncle, you know.
Oh, really? She is special.
Let's get right to it, shall we?
Yes, let's. We know your time is very precious, so.
I'm sure Cassie told you that I have a hand in multiple intelligence committees and government agencies, including the Advanced Defense Research Initiative Agency. And Cassie tells me you have something my associates might be interested in. What have you got?
What we have engineered here at NextCorp is more than just an application to eliminate human vulnerabilities, like sleep and fear, memory loss. We've discovered a way to use the same technology to evolve humans beyond language.
Max, speak English. What the hell are we talking about here?
We're talking about an application that will give soldiers in the battlefield a tactical advantage.
That's right. Senator, imagine if you would, our soldiers in combat, all silently communicating to each other, all wired into each other's thoughts like a pack of wolves. An elite combat unit operating with what we call a hive mind.
A hive mind? I'm not sure I follow. What?
A new class of super soldiers.
Where are you with this project now?
Final phase.
Our first human trial group? Civilians, mind you. Tested higher than active duty Marines.
On everything. Pattern recognition, complex problem solving, completion time, reaction time, memory, and that was after a week without any sleep.
These aren't ordinary stims. This is revolutionary.
How soon could we test this ourselves? Theoretically.
Theoretically? Now, sir. Unfortunately, we're on lockdown at the moment.
Why is that?
The HEA, as a matter of fact, apparently they have wide-reaching authority.
Yeah, I know. I helped create the damned agency. Who exactly are you dealing with over there?
Agent Beatty. He's the...
Oh, Jesus, yeah, I know Beatty. Look, the HEA has to have enforcement privileges or the whole outfit would look bogus. But let's just say that's not why they exist. And don't worry about Beatty. He isn't going to be a problem. When can we get eyes on your prototype? A demo for my people in Arlington.
We're ready right now, sir.
Perfect. Next week, then. Who else are you talking to about this?
Full transparency, Senator, I already have a few offers on my desk.
Who?
Renlay, Durga Incorporated.
All right, look. If my guys can verify your claims about Shut-Eye, they will outbid the Chinese 10 times over. Hell, they'll buy you out just to keep this technology in our hands.
Excellent.
Wow. You really do remind me of your father, Max.
Thank you, Senator. And thanks for getting behind this.
You know, I'm always inclined to help Cassie any way I can.
I appreciate your cooperation, Uncle Baba.
Hey, I'm Roy Wood Jr. I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm a correspondent on The Daily Show with Trevor Noah. I'm a father, I'm a Sagittarius, and I have a podcast called Roy's Job Fair. This show is a therapy session for anybody who's looking for work, wants to slap somebody at work, or is hiring somebody to work for them so that eventually they can slap you too. One part laughs, one part inspiration. I cannot wait to welcome you to Roy's Job Fair on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
In 1952, the CIA's chief chemist was looking through George White's file when he stumbled into something fascinating, a secret chapter in his life.
Operation Midnight Climax is a podcast about the insane true story of CIA consultant, sociopath, and anti-hero George White, who helps the CIA master brainwashing techniques during the Cold War, using sex and drugs.
Back in the 50s, the government wouldn't let you watch Elvis Presley shake his hips on TV. That seemed too dangerous. But the same government was running a brothel in broad daylight.
And drugging random citizens, all with the help of George White.
It was one of the most irresponsible decisions this country has ever made.
Noel Brown from podcasts Ridiculous History and Stuff They Don't Want You to Know hosts Operation Midnight Climax. Listen on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I ditched the great van in an alley.
Looking late, Mr. Jack?
Yeah, is anyone else here?
Not my shift. Lately, it's been a lot of people going, but none coming back. But I guess you're still here.
Yeah, looks like it. The halls were empty. The offices were decimated. Personal belongings all taken away. It was unsettling. I made a beeline toward the lab first. And sure enough, there's a series of cages, each inhabited by 4 rats. All of which were sleeping peacefully. Oh, thank God. It works. Finn's door is blessedly unlocked, and stepping in is surreal. Finn Conley made things here. He helped change the course of science. No more. Nothing new will come out of this place after I leave it. It's no longer a workplace. Now it's more like a museum or a tomb. Jesus, Jack. Get your shit together. Come on. My hands were shaking as I rummaged through Finn's desk looking for the kill switch, the antidote. Then I heard someone coming. Shit.
Yeah. There you are, standing in the dark at Finn's desk. Why?
I was just looking for his spare keys.
Uh-huh. Why?
Yeah, he just said he needed them.
I doubt that very much. Sit.
I have to go.
Where?
It's my mother's. She's taken a turn, so.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it was inevitable. So she's been going downhill for a long time.
Dementia?
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah, it has been. She was brilliant.
She still is. At least she seemed that way. We didn't talk particle physics or anything, but she seemed pretty on the ball.
You've spoken to her?
Why don't you sit?
I don't think I should.
Sit down, Jack. For a smart guy, Jack, you sure are dumb. Did you really think we don't vet our employees? That the day you walked through the door, we didn't have someone immediately sifting through your entire life? That we wouldn't connect you to your brother? Michael Corbin was his name?
When did you know?
Max knew the day you walked in the door.
So why did you hire me?
I thought it was the dumbest idea in the world. But Max, well, he's a visionary. He thought you would come in handy. And he was right. You really have been
Handy.
What do you mean by that?
Cleaning up Max's messes.
What are you saying right now?
Abby, for instance. And now Finn. Let me show you something. I think you'll like it. Just push play.
That's Finn's place.
Yes. Do you recognize the man coming out of that lobby?
It's me.
It is.
Oh, I know what you're insinuating, and this is ridiculous. The video will show other people going up and down, so there's no proof.
Unfortunately, the person who sent me this said the rest of the video was somehow lost.
Christ. Truesdale.
That's right. You've met. Now he is Handy. Excuse me, Jack. Hello?
It's Webb. Is he in the building now?
Yes, he's still here.
Did you make contact?
I'm with him now, actually.
Who is that?
Just keep him there.
Who are you talking to?
Rainey, give me just a sec. I'm talking to Rainey Webb, Agent Beatty's replacement. She's the new head of the HEA. I called her when I saw you on the monitors breaking into Finn's lab.
How is he? Is he behaving erratically?
What's that, Rainey?
Is he calm or combative?
Just a sec. I'll ask him. How are you feeling, Jack? Rainey? He's not answering.
Just keep him there.
Don't worry. He's not going anywhere.
10 minutes, okay?
Perfect. We'll see you then.
You've always been pretty resourceful, haven't you?
I told you, Jack. We all have different versions of ourselves inside. Take Max. Now there's a guy who had a monster locked inside. A real nasty guy named Benjamin. Turns out Shut-Eye was the key I needed to unlock him. Want a hit? Before they get here? You don't look so good.
You've been pulling the strings this whole time. Max Truesdale. My brother.
And you too, Jack. You too. Oh my. What are you gonna do? Huh, Jack? Are you gonna get rough with me? Are you gonna let the real Jack come out to play? No? I didn't think so. Because you're weak.
You are good. You're a fucking psychopath. Goodbye, guys.
I wouldn't try to leave if I were you.
Or try and stop me.
Fine.
My head. What is that?
That sound? That's 50 hertz. It's a way to manually log in.
Log into what?
Your brain. Yeah. It's just a little project we've been working on. It's called Hive Mind.
Make it stop!
We realized that Shut-Eye had more uses than one. Turns out that swarm of tiny robots in your head can not only talk to each other, they can talk to us too, and take remote commands. Like this. Feeling better now? Well, you should. I made your brain release a healthy dose of endorphins. I can make you feel better, though, Jack. Uh-huh. I just spiked your dopamine with a pinch of oxytocin just to make you like me again. Once I'm logged into someone's head, I can just dial their emotions up or down. All with this nifty Hive Mind app right here on my phone. Think of what this will do for the military. Not to mention the sex industry.
Make it stop!
The prototype has been in development, but we needed to test it. And that's where you came in, Jack. Congratulations. You are one of our first human trial subjects. Our prototype.
Tomorrow's Monsters, starring John Boyega as Jack Locke, Darren Criss as Max Fuller, Marley Shelton as Cass Berkeley, Clark Gregg as Walter Fuller, Sa Ngauja as David Truesdale, Nicholas Dukowski as Finn Connolly, Claire Bronson as Dr. Abby Reynolds, David Chen as Michael Corbin, Suhaila Elatar as Jenna, Victor Rivera as Eddie Bender, Robert Pralgo as Agent Beatty, Steve Coulter as Senator Berkeley, Rhoda Griffiths as Rainey Webb, with additional performances by Helen Abel, Jason Williams, Michael Anthony, Robin Bloodworth, and Teresa Davis. Our first assistant director is Michael Monty. Our second assistant director is Sarah Klein. Sound and music by Ben Lovett. Additional sound design and editing by Benjamin Balcom, Justin Roboski, and Mike Regan. Casting by Jessica Fox Thigpen. Our executive producers are Scott Sheldon, Shelby Thomas, Alexander Williams, and Matthew Frederick. Written by Dan Bush and Nicholas Dukowski. Created by Dan Bush and Connell Byrne. Directed by Dan Bush. Produced by Beau Flynn, Dan Bush, and John Boyega. Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Oh, hey, you. It's Nicole Lappin, New York Times bestselling author, the only financial expert you don't need a dictionary to understand, and now the host of the new iHeartRadio daily podcast, Money Rehab. So here's the deal. I'm going to rehab your wallet so that you can get your financial life together once and for all. Trust me, I know money talk can be scary, and that's why my episodes are just 10-ish minutes. No frills, just bite-sized tips and tricks so you waste no time. Because time is money. And here at Money Rehab, you're not just a listener. I want you to come on the show. Ask me your burning money questions, and I'll answer them. Nothing is off limits. Listen to Money Rehab on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. The time for your intervention is now. So let's make some change.
Discover one of the CIA's illicit Cold War initiatives on the iHeartRadio original podcast, Operation Midnight Climax. An undercover brothel, drugging unwitting Americans, a mind control experiment gone horribly wrong.
Back in the 50s, the government wouldn't let you watch Elvis Presley shake his hips on TV. But the same government was running a brothel in broad daylight.
Listen to Operation Midnight Climax on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, hey, you. It's Nicole Lappin, New York Times bestselling author, the only financial expert you don't need a dictionary to understand, and now the host of the new iHeartRadio daily podcast, Money Rehab. So here's the deal. I'm going to rehab your money so that you can get your financial life together once and for all. Invest your time in listening to Money Rehab. I promise you the ROI will be worth it. And if you don't know what that means, then you should definitely subscribe. Find Money Rehab on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
Why do you get deja vu? Why are you attracted to symmetrical faces? And why do you listen to songs that bum you out? I'm Dessa, the host of a new podcast, Deeply Human.
When you cry, it can sometimes help you irrigate your emotions.
We were attempting to induce deja vu through virtual reality.
I'm finding out what we all want to know. Why do you do what you do? Deeply Human, a BBC World Service and American Public Media co-production with iHeartMedia. Listen on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions.
My head! What is that?
It's just a little project we've been working on. It's called Hive Mind. We realized that Shut-Eye had more uses than one. Turns out that swarm of tiny robots in your head can not only talk to each other, they can talk to us too, and take remote commands.
Make it stop!
The prototype has been in development, but we needed to test it. And that's where you came in, Jack. Congratulations. You are one of our first human trial subjects. Our prototype.
Please.
I'm sorry, Jack. I can't hear you. We can talk this through. Just let go. No, stop!
Goddamn interfaces. Shit! Where is this? Where is it?
Second drawer down on the left. A small flat box. Like an old cigarette case, polished steel. Nothing fancy.
Oh, thank God.
Funny. For how complex and flashy Shut-Eye has been, its undoing is in this tiny case. 2 cartridges, each filled with a dull grey solution. 2 chances to save lives, one of which would hopefully be my own.
Well, Cassie, you really know how to bring out the best in people. But you're gonna have a hell of a headache when you wake up. Jenna, find a car fast.
On it, Jack.
Something new with a full charge and a good range. At least 800 kilometers.
The only vehicle nearby with a full charge is an older Model X. Range estimate 643 kilometers.
Book it!
Your vehicle will arrive in 2 minutes.
No, we're not waiting. We have urgent business with Dr. Berkeley.
Sorry, I can't let you.
Sir, you don't understand. No, do you see this badge? We're federal agents and we have an urgent matter on the other side of that door.
By the time I got to the lobby, federal agents were already there, looking for me. I waited for a chance to slip past them, but...
Uh-oh. Do you smell that?
What?
Something's burning.
What are you doing?
Just to be safe. Please, sir, find the nearest exit.
I ran to the back of the building.
Jenna, send the car to the back of the building, now.
Sure thing. Here's your car. For your safety, please buckle your seatbelt.
Just go, 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 go!
Where do you want to go?
Just head east, as fast as this car will drive.
Sure thing, Jack.
Tonight surrounding the tragic death of Finn Connolly, co-founder of the biotech startup NextCorp. We now go live to Heather McIntosh in Oakland. Heather?
Thanks, Ron. Police have identified the man seen here as Jack Locke and said he is considered dangerous and unstable. If you have any information on this man or his whereabouts, please contact the police immediately.
A winter storm advisory remains in effect for much of the East Coast tonight and tomorrow,
Jenna,
with some areas
turn it off.
reporting up to...
January 9th, 2 a.m. I'm just outside Arlington now. It's been 3 days since I got in this car and I've been on the back roads ever since. Racing through the heartlands, avoiding all highways and non-essential stops. Making shitty time but avoiding detection. Because my face is on every screen and every federal agency is searching for me now. Scouring camera feeds from across America. A virtual manhunt for me. In less than 3 hours, Max Fuller is going to close a deal in Arlington that will unleash his dangerous invention upon the world. But it's not Max that's doing it. Because Max is not himself anymore. When he began self-experimenting with his own mind apps, it changed him. It fractured his psyche, and something else has taken over. Something that had been deeply repressed. Locked in the labyrinth of Max's mind since he was a boy. Something smart and strong. Something that doesn't sleep, has no fear. Something that is filled with pure hatred for the rest of us. For our frailty. For our weaknesses. For our humanity. Jekyll became Hyde. A monster. Benjamin. In order to stop him, I had to keep pace. I've had to stay on shut-eye, so I haven't been unconscious since I passed out 3 days ago in Max's office. Right after he fired almost everyone at NextCorp. I'm getting close to another crash now. Strung out and rationing what's left of shut-eye to keep me going. Man, I'm so close. But every setback cost me precious time and sanity. And I'm almost certain if I make it all the way, I'll be walking through the door without a fully functioning brain. I fear that what happened to Max is happening to me. That I am losing myself to something else. Something dark. At what point must we become a monster in order to catch one? I'm pulling over at a rest stop now. Last stop before heading into Arlington. To stop Max. I don't know how much longer I can stay conscious, so I'm gonna keep the mic recording from now on. In case something happens to me. There will be a record. Jenna, find a network. Quantum encryption.
Connected. You have multiple voice messages.
Go ahead.
Jack, this is Beatty. I didn't get the file dump. My access to the HEA servers has been terminated. They say they're streamlining the agency, and I have been transferred. So I'm officially off the case, but I saw the news about Dr. Reynolds and Finn Connolly. Jack, I can't help you. You need to turn yourself in.
Message skipped.
This is Rainey Webb from the HEA. I wish you would stop running. You're only making this more difficult for everyone. We don't want to prosecute you, we just want to make a deal.
Message skipped.
Jack, it's Max. Looks like you've really snapped, man. Look, Jack, full disclosure here, we are cooperating with the feds, complying with any and all requests, company documents, video surveillance archives, and there's some good ones. Breaking and entering, theft, assault, behavior that coincides with a murder investigation in which you are a prime suspect. But I just need to know, Jack, why did you do it? Why, Finn? Call me, Jack.
Jenna, log off and power down.
Okay, Jack. Wake me up whenever you need me.
Even though I just logged onto an encrypted network, and even though I'm wearing sunglasses, a scarf, and a baseball cap to dodge facial recognition cameras, all they have to do is get a drone within range of me, and they can control my mind. Lock onto the tiny robots in my brain, the space invaders as Finn called them, before he was thrown off a building. This is gonna be tricky. You've seen bad days, Jack. Hello? Hello?
Hey, is anybody there? I'm locked in. Hello? I'm locked in. Hello?
David? David Truesdale? Okay, hold on now. We can work this out. You don't have to do this, David. Please, you don't have to be Next Corp's pawn anymore. You understand? Now, David, wait. No!
Hey, it's Joe Buck and Oliver Hudson, and we have a podcast called Daddy Issues, a production of iHeartRadio and Cavalry Audio. On the show, we talk about being dads and friends and parenting and everything that's going on in our lives as working fathers.
Join us every Thursday for brand new episodes. We have a ton of exciting guests, hilarious segments coming up that you're not going to want to miss. Listen to Daddy Issues on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, hey, you. It's Nicole Lapin, New York Times bestselling author, the only financial expert you don't need a dictionary to understand, and now the host of the new iHeartRadio daily podcast, Money Rehab. So here's the deal. I'm going to rehab your money so that you can get your financial life together once and for all. Invest your time in listening to Money Rehab. I promise you the ROI will be worth it. And if you don't know what that means, then you should definitely subscribe. Find Money Rehab on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
Third floor.
Excuse me, sir. You can't go in there.
This is the presidential suite, right?
Right.
I'm here for Max Fuller.
Who are you?
Truesdale. He's expecting me.
Sir, first of all, I need you to back up.
No touching.
Where's your badge?
I don't... what the fuck you talking about?
Well, this room is for badge holders. You understand? If you want to head down to the concierge...
I said no touching!
What's going on here? Is there a problem, Bradley?
David? Mr. Fuller.
You know this man?
Actually, this is the man I was telling you about, Senator. This is David. David Truesdale.
Oh, yes, the war hero. Bradley, stand down. It's okay.
Yes, sir.
He's with Mr. Fuller.
Would you excuse the two of us for a moment? Mr. Truesdale had a long trip and I need to get him settled.
Of course. I'll keep these gentlemen entertained.
Thank you, Senator. All right.
Going down.
You're awfully twitchy, David. I can help you with that, but not right now. I'm afraid you'll have to wait.
Yeah, okay.
You know, I watched you on the map as you moved across the desert.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've lost you in the blizzard. I was also tracking your pulse. Blood pressure, brain waves, they were dipping and spiking. Increasingly erratic wavelengths. And then you just... disappeared. So... what the fuck happened to you, David?
I have him.
Is he alive?
Yeah. But probably not for long. At least not without a medic.
I told you to exercise restraint.
I had no choice. No way he was gonna come without a fight.
Where is he now?
Near the loading dock. He's in the trunk.
After you. Where did you catch him?
About 40 miles west of here. He wasn't easy to track.
It's too bad. You know, I was really rooting for him. He's a survivor, I'll give him that. I've always had an affinity for those. Yourself included, David.
Here's the car.
So he made it across the country in this. Jesus, David. For fuck's sake, I asked you to be more careful with our property. Well,
let's get him out of the trunk, I guess.
Hey, Jack. You don't look so good, pal.
Put him in the back seat. Sorry about that, Jack. But after what you did to poor Cassie, well, I guess Mr. Truesdale wasn't willing to take any chances. I was worried it might get ugly. David's due for an upgrade. He's still on the beta side, and he's pretty buggy. But you have to go to war with the army you got, right? You know, I originally hired David here to just poke around for me, do a little bit of recon. Look at him, he's more of a blunt force instrument. Not really good at blending in. You feel me? No offense, David.
None taken.
It's just, you gotta use the right tool for the right job. You, Jack. You were exactly what I was looking for. Look at you, you're self-motivated, cunning, just a force of nature. Just point you in the right direction and you flush out all of the rats. I mean, you found holes in the system that I never even considered. Because of you, Dave here was able to fix a hell of a lot of leaks. Like Abby. I just wouldn't have pegged Abby as a leak. But there it was. I took care of her myself. It was only fair. She was such an important member of our team. Don't look at me like that, Jack. It's your fault that she had to die. She would have never talked if you hadn't pushed her through. Oh, fuck, there's that look again. I know. You showed up in my lab to take me down. I get it. Revenge is a fantastic motivator, isn't it? You did all of this just to find out the truth about what happened to your brother. You want to know what happened to him? It's very simple. Michael showed up in my lab because of you. Because you couldn't be bothered to deal with him anymore. Because he'd become a burden to you, because you couldn't stand his weakness. So despite all the risks involved, you were the one that brought him to me. I didn't kill your brother. I didn't have to. He killed himself. Who knows? Maybe he needed something you couldn't provide. Maybe he needed his brother. Maybe he needed you, Jack. And you just weren't there. Maybe it's all because of you. Help me get him out of here, would you, David? You know, I'm actually the one who tried to help Michael. Despite the fact he was a plaintiff in a lawsuit against me, I offered him an upgrade, but he refused. He wanted to talk to you about it first because he still trusted you. David, can you remove the tape from his mouth?
What are you gonna do to me?
Just need to run a few quick diagnostics. You've endured an extreme amount of stress. I'm curious to see how my nanites performed under the circumstances.
And what?
Then my experiment's over, buddy. As much as I'd like to keep you around to tinker with, you've served your purpose. I'm sure you can understand how massive a liability you are now. I really enjoyed working with you, though, Jack. But it's time to move on. It's a mistake to dwell on the past. Live only for the future. That's a little trick my father taught me.
Oh, that's funny, because my father taught me a little trick, too.
Yeah? And what's that?
You never take your eyes off the hands, Ben.
David! What are you doing?
Let go!
I guess you aren't gonna close on your little deal today after all.
Let me go immediately, David.
How does it feel, Mr. Fuller? To be held against your will? Someone else in full control over you. Someone dangerous.
You got him?
Oh, yeah. He ain't going nowhere.
Okay. Let's hold him steady. Ben, look at me. Look at me.
What are you trying to do to me, Jack?
Just think of it as a reinstall. A deep breath, Ben. You gotta breathe. 'Cause me, this is gonna hurt. I'm so sorry, Ben. You know Finn didn't design this one for pleasure.
What did you do to me?
It's a kill switch. And it's gonna suck. Probably for a few days. Now in the meantime, you and me are just gonna take a drive. Check his pulse.
He's alive. Let's get him in the car.
You better go.
Yeah.
Hey.
What?
Are we good?
Yeah. We're good.
Jenna, get us out of here.
Sure thing, Jack. Where do you want to go?
Just head west.
Tomorrow's Monsters, starring John Boyega as Jack Locke, Darren Criss as Max Fuller, Marley Shelton as Cass Berkeley, Clark Gregg as Walter Fuller, Sa Ngauja as David Truesdale, Nicholas Dikoski as Finn Connolly, Claire Bronson as Dr. Abby Reynolds, David Chen as Michael Corbin, Suhaila Elatar as Jenna, Victor Rivera as Eddie Bender, Robert Pralgo as Agent Beatty, Steve Coulter as Senator Berkeley, Rhoda Griffiths as Rainey Webb, with additional performances by Helen Abel, Jason Williams, Michael Anthony, Robin Bloodworth, and Teresa Davis. Our first assistant director is Michael Monty. Our second assistant director is Sarah Klein. Sound and music by Ben Lovett. Additional sound design and editing by Benjamin Balcom, Justin Roboski, and Mike Regan. Casting by Jessica Fox Thigpen. This episode features the song Golden Times One, written and performed by Ben Lucas Boyson, and taken from the album Spells on Erased Tapes Records. Our executive producers are Scott Sheldon, Shelby Thomas, Alexander Williams, and Matthew Frederick. Written by Dan Bush and Nicholas Dikoski. Created by Dan Bush and Connell Byrne. Directed by Dan Bush. Produced by Beau Flynn, Dan Bush, and John Boyega. Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hi, I'm Phil Donahue.
And I'm Marlo Thomas.
We fell in love on live television and got married over 40 years ago.
Now on our new podcast, we visit the homes of our favorite long-married celebrity couples.
To talk about enduring love and all its challenges. Family, career, conflict.
Everything a couple can face.
Listen to Double Date on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
How to Citizen with Baratunde is the podcast where we define the word citizen as a verb. But it's hard to citizen in a country that's so divided. For season 2, we're taking on that division by digging into our economy, because wealth inequality is tearing us apart. So where are the solutions? This season, we're going to find out. Listen to How to Citizen with Baratunde, on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Have you heard the stories of the Putty Man? He's a local legend in Los Angeles and is supposedly responsible for scores of people going missing from Griffith Park over the past few decades. But if you ever see his misshapen, melting face or hear the high-pitched noise that accompanies him, it might already be too late. What is the truth behind his origins? And what happens when the story you go looking for winds up finding you instead? Find out on Searching for Putty Man. Listen to Searching for Putty Man on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get podcasts.
Hey, it's comedian Nikki Glazer. I can't wait for you to listen to my new show, The Nikki Glazer Podcast, from the Big Money Players Network and iHeartRadio, with my best friend and roommate, Andrew Collin.
Hey, it's me, Andrew.
He's hilarious, and no, we are not,
Cooking.
iHeartRadio is #1 for podcasts. You can always find the Nikki Glazer Podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Oh, God.
Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions.
Mankind. We're criminals. First, we took fire from the gods. It gave us warmth, light, the power to create and to destroy. It allowed us to venture into uncharted territories, again and again, like thieves in the dark, plundering every resource we could. But with each new horizon also comes cautionary tales, tales of spirits, monsters that lie ahead. Even early European maps warned of mythical creatures, of great beasts inhabiting unexplored locations, forbidden zones where aliens, dragons, witches, ghosts lurk in the dark. But it never stops us. And today we seem capable of infinite expansion. Expansion outward, expansion in business and of the markets, expansion of our lives and of ourselves. Destiny made manifest. Today, mankind has become godlike in its ability to boldly go. But for all of this, there is still a universe that remains uncharted. The universe of the human mind. And just as the ancient maps once warned, there be monsters.
I don't know what day it is. Max is comatose. Passed out in the backseat. He's been out ever since Truesdale and I dosed him with the kill switch. I myself, I keep dipping in and out. Between reality and dreams. The present and the past. And I don't know how much longer I can stay conscious.
Bro, come on, man, get up. You got this.
I don't know.
All right, you want me to tell you some jokes?
Definitely no.
All right, look. Why was the Scarecrow awarded the Nobel Prize?
I don't know.
Cause he was outstanding in his field. Right. Get it?
Hey, that's terrible.
Yeah? All right, so why are you laughing?
Michael, I'm sorry. I should have protected you.
It's not your fault. close your eyes. It's time to let go. Everything's gonna be okay, Jack. Everything's gonna be okay.
I only pieced together what happened to me long after I found Jack's recordings. I've been sifting through all of it, hundreds of hours. I found this one from January 9, 2 a.m.
Hey, is anybody there? I'm locked in. Hello? I'm locked in. Hello? Don't fucking move. David Truesdale? Okay. Hold on now. We can work this out. You don't have to do this, David. Please, you don't have to be next course porn anymore. You understand? And I'm David. Wait. No! What did you miss? What are you waiting for, David? Why am I still alive? What do you want, David? What do you want?
I don't know what happened.
Okay.
He was supposed to be the last one. But they changed the deal again.
It's okay.
I heard what he said.
Who?
Finn. When you were talking on the roof, I heard him.
What did you hear?
About the switch. The kill switch. To make it stop. Is it true?
Yes. I have it. I can make it stop. But in the meantime, if you don't know whether to kill me or not yet, can you please lower the gun until you've made up your mind? Okay. I'm gonna reach into my pocket. Okay? Just gonna reach into my pocket slowly. It's right here, in this case.
How does it work?
According to Finn, this cartridge contains dappiness for the little bugs they put in your head. The ones they are using to control you.
According to Finn.
It's only been tested on rats. I have no idea what it will do to a human mind.
Did it work? Did it work?
On the rats, yes.
How do I know this isn't just another con, Jack Locke? Why should I trust you?
What do you have to lose? Listen. Michael Corbin.
What about him?
He's my brother.
Mikey?
Yeah. You both got pulled into this thing, David. Against your wills, you got pulled in because you were looking for peace from the shit in your head, just like Michael. And me? And David, I'm here to stop them. Before they get to more people. Just like they got to my brother, just like they got to you. And just like they got to me. I've got the tiny machines in my brain too. I'm no different from you, so yeah. If you want to be free of these people and the things that they make you do, then this antidote is the only way. That's why Finn made it. He knew that this was the only way to stop them, and right now this is the only way either of us are gonna get what we want. Are you listening to me?
I didn't kill him.
Who?
Your brother. I didn't kill him. The others, I'm not so sure about.
Okay. Understand that it is not your fault. None of this is your fault.
There's only 2 cartridges.
One for you and one for Max.
Who the hell is Max?
think you know him as Ben.
But there's only 2 doses. So what about you?
Guess I'm the odd man out. But if I give you this, I'm gonna need you to do something for me. What did Ben tell you? What were his orders?
To stop you and bring you to him. Alive.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Then this will work. I need you to rough me up. Now, you can't hold back. You can't fake it. It's gotta be real. You gotta make me bleed. It's the only way I'll be able to get close enough to Ben. To dose him. Now, look, I'm gonna need your help. You need to help me.
First the kill switch.
No, I can't do that. The beating first. Oh, come on. Hit me! Harder! Come on then!
Dear Young Rocker.
Dear Young Rocker.
Dear Young Rocker.
Join me, Chelsea Urson, for Season 3 of my podcast, Dear Young Rocker. Tune in to hear some of my favorite musicians tell stories from their awkward musical beginnings.
I had never met anybody who also enjoyed ska.
You've learned a few chords.
Reconnect with the teenager they used to be.
So, Young Rocker, try, if you can, to not worry so much.
And remember what it was like to fall in love with a band for the first time.
You will never forget the first time you heard Prince.
The Cranberries, Led Zeppelin,
The Cure and New Order, Bikini Kill, Bratmobile, Heavens to Betsy.
Dear Young Rocker Season 3 comes to you from Double Elvis and iHeartRadio and is executive produced by Jake Brennan of Disgraceland. Listen to Dear Young Rocker Season 3 on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, hey, you. It's Nicole Lapin, New York Times bestselling author, the only financial expert you don't need a dictionary to understand, and now the host of the new iHeartRadio daily podcast, Money Rehab. So here's the deal. I'm going to rehab your money so that you can get your financial life together once and for all. Invest your time in listening to Money Rehab. I promise you the ROI will be worth it. And if you don't know what that means, then you should definitely subscribe. Find Money Rehab on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
When the kill switch hit me, my brain stopped.
Check his pulse. He's alive. Let's get him in the car.
And I was back on the frozen lake,
Take another step.
looking at myself through my brother's eyes. And then suddenly, I was pulled right back into my own body. That was how Ben died. Finally, fully. Extracted by fire when ice couldn't do it to him. I lived, of course, to finally mourn him. Him who had haunted me for so long. The story didn't end there for Jack either. It was to get much worse. There were 18 more hours of audio. It's mostly grunting and breathing and Jack muttering to himself, but he got us out of Virginia. At around hour 11, his speech became disjointed. He'd been rationing his shut-eye for days, and what little was left didn't last him very long. But he kept going as far as he could. And then, right before he passed out, he set a course for a new location, and he spoke once more.
Michael, I'm sorry. I should have protected you. It's not your fault.
And then he was out. I woke up at an abandoned campsite in the Rockies. I had no idea why we were there, what possessed Jack to choose this isolated place to guide us. I didn't know at the time what significance the place held for him, but I eventually uncovered it. This was the place where he and his mother found Michael, his brother, after Michael's own father abandoned him. I can imagine the boy as Jack came upon him, hungry and cold, terrified. I imagine the impact that would have. It's the sort of thing that haunts a man. If I was him, I'd have killed me. But he didn't. So, one good turn deserves another.
NextCore stock surged again today after an announcement of a multi-billion-dollar contract to provide enhanced health services to U.S. armed forces and regional commands in the Middle East and Asia.
NextCore stock jumped to more than $70 a share after the company went public last week at the annual CES conference in Las Vegas.
We've made an incredible deal to move the world forward. We plan to make good on it.
Where is Max Fuller now? We haven't seen him at all since CES. Are the rumors of his disappearance true?
I assure you, Max Fuller is fine. He's actually working behind the curtain to implement these exciting new upgrades to our product.
That was a lie, of course. No one's heard anything from me since Arlington. I have blood on my hands now. I've been holding up here at the Tile House for over a week until I can figure out my next move. And Cass, I'm not sure if she even knows I'm still alive. But she sent me videos of myself doing these unspeakable things, horrifying things. I have no memory of it. The idea that I am the same person as this monstrous figure in the footage, that I could have the capacity for such savagery and such lack of remorse, I cannot reconcile. It wouldn't serve Cass to throw me to the wolves just now, though. Stock valuation would plunge. No, those videos were a message. Should I ever resurface in the world again as myself, they were a warning. Jack's vitals are healthy, but there's no change to his mental state. I'm trying to tech the tech here. I'm trying to reverse engineer what Finn made so I can bring Jack back too. His brainwaves suggest something akin to a coma, but they do occasionally flicker. I'm not sure, but I'd like to think he's dreaming. And I'd like to think that he's dreaming about something decent for once, but I'm smart enough to know better. It may be too late for the world, Jack.
Finn Connolly will be greatly missed. He was the heart of NextCorp, a maverick, always striving to better himself
and his world. We are proud to carry out Finn Connolly's important work.
Soon enough, the military will create their next level super soldier, unaffected by sleep or fear. Doesn't even think his own thoughts, just driven and aggressive and pointed at America's enemies.
This is a tribute to our brave soldiers, because our nation's armed forces will be enhanced, fully functioning, mentally sharp, and immune to the stress of combat.
There's gonna be factories full of workers who don't need any rest, that work 24 hours a day making our flags and tinsel, our fireworks, bombs, hives that the powerful sit above and manage remotely.
Our factory workers will greet their shifts with fresh eyes, well-rested and eager to work.
A whole world that doesn't close its eyes. A world that keeps its hands busy, and men like me who will profit as the rest of humanity toils on.
A new world, full of hope, full of promise, full of wide eyes and bright smiles.
A world that funnels its energy up, up, ever up.
This is the dawn of a new era in human history. And we are thrilled to bear the torch. It is time for the world that Dr. Walter Fuller imagined, that Max Fuller invented. It's time for Humankind 2.0.
I wanted to give mankind a new gift from the gods. I wanted to make people's lives more tolerable, more satisfying. I wanted to take away some of our suffering, and I thought I figured out how to do it. A human who doesn't grow tired, or scared, or lonely. A human without weakness, without flaws. Jack. Hey. It's okay. Jack, you're okay. Yeah, it's me. I'm back. Here, drink. Easy. Drink it slow.
How long have I been?
33 hours, you crashed. During a painful withdrawal. It was too much. You drove off a neurological cliff, and your mind shut down. You've been comatose, Jack.
Christ, where are we?
A safe place.
Safe place. So it worked?
Yeah, it worked. You saved me, Jack. You brought me back. But
what?
If you could have gotten to me sooner, maybe...
What did you say?
The deal. It was already done before you arrived. Shut-Eye isn't mine anymore. It's theirs now, to do what they will. Wait, Jack.
No! We can still stop it. We have to stop it before it's too late. Before more people get hurt.
Yes, we do, but not like this. You almost died, Jack. You need to get your strength back. Your wits.
And what?
Then we find a solution. Then we fix it.
Oh, fix it. Did you hear yourself? You can't fix it. You can't fix everything. Wake up. You're not God.
What were you dreaming about?
What?
Just now, you kept repeating the same thing. Over and over again. You kept saying, not human, not human, not human. Why were you saying that?
I was dreaming about my brother, Michael. I was trying to help him. Trying to bring him back to life. I told him we could fix him. Make him better this time. Stronger. Fix the flaws. But he refused. He kept saying, it's not a mistake. It's not a mistake.
I don't understand. What's not a mistake?
Us. Every one of us. Our flaws, our limitations, our pain, our suffering, our fear, our weaknesses.
He said we are fragile for a reason. Our vulnerability is not a glitch. We are not machines to be upgraded. We are flawed by design. That's what Michael was trying to tell me. That a human without flaws is not...
He's not human.
Yeah. What are we gonna do?
You already did it.
What?
Everything we need. All the evidence. It's all right here. Hundreds of hours of evidence right here on this hard drive. The blackmails, the payoffs, the deleted data, the murders, and all of the cover-ups. There's enough to show the whole world what's really happening. Enough to clear your name, too.
What about you?
What about me?
If NextCorp goes up in flames, you will burn too, Max. For what you did. For what Ben did. Maybe there's another way.
Jack, I've played the game through already. I've already thought of all the possible moves on the board, and I've considered every outcome. I was holding out hope that there was another way. A move I hadn't thought of, but there is not. There is only one solution that clears your name and hopefully puts a stop to all of this.
What?
Everything that's happened, and everything that is about to happen next, is all because of me, Jack. All because of something I created. So this is the only option that makes sense. In order to win, I have to lose.
You won't be able to hide. The mob will drive you out of your castle into the night, armed with torches and pitchforks. You will burn.
So let it be me. Let me be the monster.
Private Drake.
Yes, sir. Lieutenant, sir.
At ease, Private. Take a seat. Nurse Jones will administer the treatment.
Lieutenant, sir, I actually...
I'll be right back.
Take your shirt off.
Yes, ma'am.
How you holding up?
Yeah, fine. Could always use more sleep.
Well, then you came to the wrong place, Private. Don't worry. It's a simple procedure. At least that's what they told me to say.
What is this for?
They say it helps to keep you in sync with the platoon. They say it makes you feel like a wolf.
So I'm gonna be howling at the moon or something?
Maybe something like that.
Well, yeah, I didn't know. I mean, I thought that this was a volunteer program. This procedure, I mean, but I didn't actually volunteer. Okay, like I didn't sign any...
Do you want to speak to the lieutenant?
Well, I mean, because I thought I could just, do my time here and then get my degree. But I didn't realize...
Lieutenant?
No, there's no need to...
Lieutenant?
Wait, no. I mean, I just...
Is there a problem here?
The private has a question, sir.
A question?
Sir, I wasn't aware that this was required.
This was all spelled out in your enlistment contract, Private.
Oh, well, I didn't realize. I mean, so you're saying I have to take this, the Mind app, because I don't understand if...
This is mandatory for all recruits entering boot camp. That means you, Private.
Okay. And what if I refuse?
What's that?
I mean, what if I want to opt out, sir?
Opt out. Simple. 2 years confinement, no pay, followed by dishonorable discharge.
I guess my ass belongs to the Marines.
Speak up, Private.
I said, I guess my ass is military property now. Sir.
Affirmative, Private. All infantry will undergo this procedure. How else can I keep you in lockstep for 100 miles? Keep your ass alive, too. Nurse, please continue.
Don't worry. Like I said, it's a simple procedure.
Yeah, I know.
Hold this to your eye.
Like this?
Yes. You ready?
I don't guess I have a choice, do I?
Full exposure. 62.5 PRF. 5 seconds. Eyes forward. Deep breath.
Tomorrow's Monsters, starring John Boyega as Jack Locke, Darren Criss as Max Fuller, Marley Shelton as Cass Berkeley, Clark Gregg as Walter Fuller, Sa Ngauja as David Truesdale, Nicholas Dukosky as Finn Connolly, Claire Bronson as Dr. Abby Reynolds, David Chen as Michael Corbin, Suhaila Elatar as Jenna, Victor Rivera as Eddie Bender, Robert Pralgo as Agent Beatty, Steve Coulter as Senator Berkeley, Rhoda Griffiths as Rainey Webb, with additional performances by Helen Abel, Jason Williams, Michael Anthony, Robin Bloodworth, and Teresa Davis. This episode features Noah Centineo as Private Drake, Jay Jones as Lieutenant Warnock, and April Parker Jones as Nurse Jones. This episode features the song Golden Times One, written and performed by Ben Lucas Boyson, and taken from the album Spells on Erased Tapes Records. Our first assistant director is Michael Monty. Our second assistant director is Sarah Klein. Sound and music by Ben Lovett. Additional sound design and editing by Benjamin Balcom, Justin Roboski, and Mike Regan. Casting by Jessica Fox Thigpen. Our executive producers are Scott Sheldon, Shelby Thomas, Alexander Williams, and Matthew Frederick. Written by Dan Bush and Nicholas Dukosky. Created by Dan Bush and Connell Byrne. Directed by Dan Bush. Produced by Beau Flynn, Dan Bush, and John Boyega. Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hi, I'm Phil Donahue.
And I'm Marlo Thomas.
We fell in love on live television and got married over 40 years ago.
Now on our new podcast, we visit the homes of our favorite long-married celebrity couples.
To talk about enduring love and all its challenges. Family, career, conflict.
Everything a couple can face.
Listen to Double Date on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it seems like real talk and deep conversations just aren't happening anymore. But that's about to change. Join international comedy star Russell Peters on Culturally Cancelled, the Laugh Out Loud podcast featuring candid conversations with celebrity guests. Russell keeps it real by bringing guests into his own backyard, where they can really let their guard down.
Well, the problem is,
they base it on one
you
of
good looking and rich. Don't nobody like you.
You're average looking and rich.
Okay.
The money make them better looking, like anybody.
Oh,
no, look at Lil Wayne. I'm just saying, I'm using that for an example.
You may even get an inside peek into life at Russell's Place.
It's Russell's house for you, though. Anybody knows that I always say this. You never know who's going to be at Russell's house. It is, you look over and you be like, is that Flo from Progressive?
Listen to Culturally Cancelled with Russell Peters on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tomorrow's Monsters is a production of iHeartRadio, Flynn Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions.
Thank you.
Private Drake.
Yes, sir. Lieutenant, sir.
At ease, Private. Take a seat. Nurse Jones will administer the treatment.
Lieutenant, sir, I actually...
I'll be right back.
Take your shirt off.
Yes, ma'am.
How you holding up?
Yeah, fine. Could always use more sleep.
Well, then you came to the wrong place, Private. Don't worry. It's a simple procedure. At least that's what they told me to say.
What is this for?
They say it helps to keep you in sync with the platoon. They say it makes you feel like a wolf.
So I'm gonna be howling at the moon or something?
Maybe something like that.
Well, yeah, I didn't know. I thought that this was a volunteer program. This procedure, but I didn't actually volunteer. Okay, like I didn't sign any.
Do you want to speak to the lieutenant?
Well, because I thought I could just, do my time here and then get my degree. But I didn't realize.
Lieutenant?
No, there's no need to.
Lieutenant?
Wait, no. I just.
Is there a problem here?
The private has a question, sir.
A question?
Sir, I wasn't aware that this was required.
This was all spelled out in your enlistment contract, Private.
Oh, well, I didn't realize. So you're saying I have to take this, the Mind app, because I don't understand if...
This is mandatory for all recruits entering boot camp. That means you, Private.
Okay. And what if I refuse?
What's that?
What if I want to opt out, sir?
Opt out. Simple. 2 years confinement, no pay, followed by dishonorable discharge.
I guess my ass belongs to the Marines.
Speak up, Private.
I said, I guess my ass is military property now, sir.
Affirmative, Private. All infantry will undergo this procedure. How else can I keep you in lockstep for 100 miles? Keep your ass alive, too. Nurse, please continue.
Don't worry. Like I said, it's a
simple procedure. Yeah, I know.
Hold this to your eye.
Like this?
Yes. You ready?
I don't guess I have a choice, do I?
Full exposure. 62.5 PRF. 5 seconds. Eyes forward. Deep breath.
Featuring Noah Centineo as Private Drake, April Parker Jones as Nurse Jones, and Jay Jones as Lieutenant Warnock. Tomorrow's Monsters. All Season 1 episodes are now available on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.